Alrighty, welcome to the Ventura Unified School District General Board meeting. Can we go ahead and we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and the adoption of the agenda. Do we have a change?
Yes, President Forsyth, staff's request that we move items 15C1 and 15C2. These are two conference items to take place before action. We have presenters, both community presenters and a visiting presenter that have some time constraints.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda from the board? Okay. So if anybody's ready, we'll take a motion to adopt the agenda with the amended sections.
I move we adopt the agenda with the changes as noted.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsyth.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, so we have no public comment. So we're going to go ahead and move into closed session, conference item with labor negotiators and public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsyth.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, thank you, board. Alrighty, welcome back to the Ventura Unified School District General Board meeting. We'll go ahead and please stand if you can for the Pledge of Allegiance. Alrighty, roll call, please.
Thank you. President James Forsyth.
Oop,
Vice President Shannon Fredericks.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Naima Dickerson.
Here.
Student Board Member Casey Sargent.
Here.
And Student Board Member Stella Duque.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. There are no actions to report from closed session, so go ahead and move into Superintendent's report. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Forsyth. For student highlights, has been our new tradition. We're inviting part of our schools and when things go well, when kids aren't sick, like they were last time, students as well. So, Dr. Bayless, if you can introduce our presenters.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce our Director for Educational Services, Karen Hoost, for a little bit of good news from elementary.
Pleasure to introduce the principal of my old stomping grounds, Citrus Glen, to talk about their Leader in Me program. And they've brought along some of their student leaders to tell us a little bit more about what they're up to. Come on over. Principal Avalo.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here today. We are so excited to share with you some of the highlights from Citrus Glen. And I am joined with our school counselor, Mr. Matt Williamson, our second grade teacher, Amy Vagalika, and a couple of student reps. We've got Isaac Luby, a fifth grade student, and Finley Otelsberg. So come on up, guys. and our fifth grade teacher, Talia Savrin McCormick. So we want to share with you about Leader in Me, which is a school-wide framework for teaching the 7 habits of highly effective people based on the work of Stephen Covey. And I'm going to ask Ms. Vagalika first to come up and share with us what that kind of looks like in the classroom.
Thank you. Good evening. We started we started Leader in Me last year at Citrus Glen. And when Mrs. Abelo talked to our staff about it, it was really exciting because everyone was on board, and you don't get that very often. But, you know, when you start a new program, you're just unsure what's it going to look like, how's it going to be. This program is incredible. There's 7 habits that we focus on. We teach about 20 minutes in the classroom every single day. And, you know, we're working on Think Win-Win, talking about having courage, consideration. How can you, if you're not getting along with a friend, what can you do about that? If you see someone not being treated well, how do you handle that? There's so much about it that is just explicit teaching of having really good habits in school, and that will go, you know, into their lives. We've just noticed a lot of changes in our kids, too. I love when I go to the office anymore and a student is there in front of me or coming out, they hold the door now. And it's so nice. And I just say, you're so kind. And it's nice to make a connection with the student that way, too. And I'm just really excited by the changes that we've seen in our school and our kids. So it's a great program. Mr. Williamson.
Part of what I want to speak to is the student side of Leader in Me. One of my goals as an educator is just giving more space and more voice to students. I was really fortunate enough early in my career to have an opportunity to teach in a Leader in Me school over at Atlas Elementary, and that was a fantastic opportunity to see what Leader in Me can do when it's been implemented. And so when I came over to Citrus Glen 4 years ago now as the counselor, we were looking for some common language and some ways to kind of build in more student-centered structures. And so when Ms. Abelo brought up that Leader in Me was an option, that was something that I was super excited about. I am one of the 2 faculty advisors for our student Lighthouse team. That's 2 of these students right behind us, and we can see all of our lovely action team and Lighthouse leadership kiddos up there. So they're really the center of all this. So what this program has done is it's really created a space for students to share their voice, to say, hey, I see the adults doing this at our school, we can do that too, and really adding their voice and adding who they are to our school. And it's really created a space where students are welcoming, they're excited to be at school, and it's been really exciting to see the evolution over the last couple of years of our students and how they've been able to just contribute to our school. And so I want to open it up to their comments from the student perspective on things.
I do apologize real quick. We are experiencing some technical difficulties, but we'll get those up right away.
Hello, I'm Isaac Luby, part of the Junior Lighthouse program at Citrus Glen Elementary. Leader in Me has helped the students, me, and our school grow in many ways, for me and the other Lighthouse students. It has taught us commitment, finding our voices, and learning those and more essential skills. The school has grown with the students. Now there is less arguing on the playground, not as many people feeling left out, and other things similar to that. Now the Lighthouse and Action Team students are helping out a ton. Now we have action teams that pick up trash, one that picks up balls and sweatshirts when people forget them, and other great jobs in action teams. Usually when you apply for Lighthouse, you send in an application, they talk to the CSAs and your teachers, then finally go to an interview. They score it. For me, I was originally in one of the action teams, and then a few weeks later, Miss Averin pulled me out of class and told me that someone dropped out and I got in. For me, it showed how much more commitment Lighthouse was than action teams. Thank you.
Good job.
Leader in Me has helped students learn how to treat one another and get along. We learned tools to help with situations like bullying or disagreements. It taught us that the 7 habits can be used as tools every day at school and later in life. My favorite habit that I have learned is think win-win. Think win-win means that in a situation or a disagreement, both people can figure out what to do to be successful. A win-lose situation is where one person gets what they want and the other one does not. This is not successful. Leader in Me has helped me find my voice in elementary school. I tend to be a shy student at school, and thanks to Leader in Me and the secret habit called Find Your Voice, I finally got the courage to sign up for Lighthouse. Lighthouse is a student leadership program that 4th and 5th graders can participate in. I was not chosen when I applied in 4th grade, but after a lot of dedication and responsibility for 1 year, I was chosen to be part of Junior Lighthouse in 5th grade. If it weren't for Leader in Me, I would have never had the courage to find my voice and do any of this.
All right, I think I have to stand up here like the kids do. That's the reason that Miss Abela didn't see me. I blend in. I'm Talia. I'm Talia Savran McCormick. I'm the other half of the adult leadership. I'm a 5th grade teacher. And just to kind of piggyback on what everybody's saying, it has been a phenomenal experience having Leader in Me at our school. We've seen a huge growth with our students and their commitment and their perseverance and their just trying to be successful. We do something every day where we talk about our WIGs, our wildly important goals, and kids are making their own goals for themselves and setting these academic goals and meeting them, and then just to see them celebrate that, they met their AR goal or they went up in their map reading or, and then even stuff like outside of school, oh, I was really working on this soccer trick and now I can do it because I kept practicing, Miss Averin. So, and then the Lighthouse has just been phenomenal. These kids are fantastic, and Mr. Williamson and I love having them and watching them, and we're going to have an action team meeting on Thursday, and we just stand back and they run it. They're in charge. They know what they want to do, and they're making our school a better place. So it's wonderful to have Leader in Me at our school.
Thank you for letting us come and share with you the great things that are happening at Citrus Glen. We're really proud of the program that we have, not only as a vehicle for school connectedness, but also for promoting our academic achievement for our students. And it's very much a well-rounded program that targets all of those things. So thank you very much.
Just a technical update. everything's working with live stream, etc. But to the left of you, down, is not working. We're working on it. We're not sure why this part of the table is not working. It was just before you came down.
That's how it works. Thank you.
So for the student reports, is yours working? No? Okay. You can see it? Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
She has young eyes. She can see over there. I can barely see it, but.
All right. Good evening, board, VUSD community. Here is an update of all of the great things that are happening at Buena for January and February. You're good. So to start, I wanted to give a shout out to some of our student athletes in wrestling and girls varsity soccer. We had 6 wrestlers go to CIF finals, including Kendra Sullivan, who is the first freshman to place in CIF finals in Buena history. We also had our girls soccer team win Channel League championship, defending their title for the 3rd year in a row. So I just want to give a big congratulations to our teams and all of our winter sports for an incredible season. This past week, or a few weeks ago, we had our 3rd annual talent show, which featured 15 acts, some like dancing, singing, guitar playing, and even a hypnosis act. We had our cheer and dance team perform, and there was a large turnout of friends, family, and a lot of community members that wanted to support our talented Bulldogs. And then just this last week, we had our wellness peers take a visit to Citrus Glen with the Students for Eco Education and Agriculture nonprofit. They went to help pass out produce, lots of fruits and veggies to the Citrus Glen elementary schoolers, and it was really neat to see promotion of eating healthy and supporting our local farms in Ventura and Santa Barbara County, as well as giving the elementary schoolers a look into what wellness centers at high schools do and to give them that piece to look forward to. And then an exciting season for esports. They are about to start competing. We have varsity and JV teams for Smash Bros. And Mario Kart. They compete with neighboring schools as well as schools around the world through online play. They spend every Thursday practicing, and a lot of the students that are a part of this program are multi-sport athletes, playing tennis, cross country, but still they find time to dedicate to this, and they've been practicing, so I wish them the best of luck for their season. And then this past Saturday, we had our senior ball, which was held at the Moore Park Country Club. The theme this year was Memory Lane, focusing a lot on the nostalgia and the memory building that a lot of us are doing and feeling in our last few months. There were a lot of decorations that featured pictures submitted by our seniors. So anyone could see their face up on the wall. There were tons of decorations, really well done by our ASB, and it was a big success overall. And then on the 28th, we had our Avid Shadow Day. Avid 8th graders from Balboa and Anacapa visited and got to spend the day with a big high school buddy. So they took them through their AP classes, their fun electives, and they just got a feel for what high school is like and what it's like to be an Avid student. There was a donut and bagel breakfast, a scavenger hunt, and to wrap up the day, a big pizza party. It was a great opportunity to encourage our local middle schoolers to not only come to Buena, but to continue to be in their Avid programs and participate and pursue all of the opportunities that our first-gen students get. And then recently, we also had our Buena Band visit J. Sarah. They set up a petting zoo type display where students could come and see new instruments that they may have never heard before. I think it was really important because some students may have never thought of pursuing an instrument or taking a musical pathway in their education. And so it was a really big help and a big impact that Buena is making on our elementary schoolers, introducing them to this new passion that they may not have known of. So it was a great event. And then, as always, our College and Career Center has been doing an incredible job to uplift our seniors. They are holding a 2-part workshop for seniors that are applying to VC. They've already held part 1, very successful, and now they're going to part 2 to set up students for after graduation. And then, speaking of graduation, tons of FAFSA scholarships as well, which is another step closer to finishing high school. And then for our celebration of Black History Month, our Buena Black Student Union is celebrating 100 years of Black History Month with their annual door decoration contest. There is still time to enter if teachers or staff members are interested. You must enter by March 4th. There will be the district finalists judging on March 12th, and the winning door gets a pizza party and a trophy. The theme is 100 years of Black history, so anything along the lines of that works. We've had a lot of doors across our campus and many campuses in the district start decorating their doors. And then to continue with our Black History Month celebration, BSU is actively hosting a Spirit Week. We wore PJs yesterday, today we did BSU colors, and tomorrow we plan to dress to impress. In terms of facility updates, we have a new floodlight that has allowed more visibility by our auditorium and admin lawn. And finally, more kudos to our College and Career Center. They hosted an e-bike safety workshop for parents and students, talking about safety for students who use e-bikes as their main source of transportation. Coming up, we have a really exciting few months ahead. Our Ren Rally is on March 4th, celebrating high achieving and most improved students academically. We have our VC Pirate Day for seniors that applied, our blood drive on the 25th, and finally prom on April 11th. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to share with you guys the recent Pacific High School highlights. So on the 18th, we had our FAFSA night, which was just a workshop dedicated to helping our seniors and the families of the seniors with the process of applying for FAFSA. And I would like to just note that whenever we have events or nights like FAFSA night, we always have an amazing turnout. And I think that's all because of how small Pacific is. We have a great community. And on our next slide, we started our Elder Buddy class, or elective chorus, and basically that sees a dozen or so lucky students pair up with some of the residents at the Ventura Townhome. And over the course of a few weeks and a few visits, the students will interview their partner, the resident, at Ventura Townhouse, and they will write a book by the end of the year about the life of one of the residents. And I know it's a very fulfilling program, and all the people that I've talked to that are in the program have said that it really has meant a lot to them, and it's one of the highlights that we have at Pacific, and I don't know, it's just a great program, honestly. Okay, we have a new student reward and incentive program called Shark Bucks. And so basically Shark Bucks are given to students, model students, who have great attendance, participation in class, that help others, and have a positive attitude when coming to school. And teachers will give Shark Bucks out to these students because on every Thursday during homeroom, Mr. Cornwell, who started the program, our vice principal, will hand out snacks in exchange for a Shark Buck. And as someone that has gotten a few bucks of her own, when I hear that bell every Thursday, I get a little excited. It's very rewarding. And we have a couple new clubs at Pacific. We have a new Bible study club, which is every Monday after advisory, and in room 21, and a makeup club, which is in YA, youth activities, and it's every Wednesday. And I've heard from a lot of students as well that they really like these clubs, especially the makeup club. We've gotten a lot of students to attend, and the Bible study club has already had a few special guests. On the next slide, I just thought this was important to add so that people could look out for this, but across Ventura Unified and a lot of schools, not just Pacific, we received skate decks for students to decorate, which will be displayed at the Jackalope Block Party on May 1st. And as someone who's hoping to decorate her own because Pacific didn't receive many, I just thought people might want to look out for that. Okay, upcoming tomorrow, we have our Renaissance Assembly, which is to honor the students that have received over 20 credits in a quarter at Pacific. And it's always so fun, even though students get a little bit nervous to go up and receive their little medals, their stickers, their backpacks. But it's such a fun process, and I always look forward to going up there and saying thank you to my teachers and all that. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sela Duque. I'm from Ventura High School, and this is what we've been doing in the past few months. Starting off, we had our senior ball at Spanish Hills Club. We had around 220 students attend, and we themed it Wish Upon a Star, which, for those of you who don't know, is Disney. We decided to keep it more general because then we could do pretty stars and blue decorations. It went really smoothly, and we got really positive feedback on our catering, our drink bar, and venue, and we had a photo booth that was also really popular. It was a very light and fun event. Everyone was having a lot of fun with each other, which I think is really cool to see with seniors that are graduating soon. You just see them kind of come together and connect with each other. And then next we had our winter rally, which was right before senior ball. We themed it Stranger Things. And as you can see in the middle on the bottom at the right, we had one of our MCs that shaved their head and wore the outfit that 11 wears. And she's the main character. We had themed decorations and super interactive games. We had potato sack races and then also an Eggo eating competition, which I don't know if any of the teachers are here that did it, but they definitely needed water. It was a little hard for them to get it down. This rally has been one of our best so far. It was very engaging to have a theme that a lot of students knew about and could really connect with and see it happen. And there was lots of laughter at this one. It was super fun. And then our biggest event that happened just recently was our Jostens Renaissance Regional Conference. Their motto was, I see you, I hear you, and I love you too. Carlos Ojeda was the key guest speaker. I was personally really moved by his story and drive to encourage people to fight forward, is what he said. It's this idea of, instead of fighting back, you're fighting forward. So kind of looking forward and trying to fight for better. This idea is so incredibly amazing to push forward to students. And I think it's really important to incorporate it into our leadership classes, which it was really great to have both Renaissance and ASB attend this. We also had about 40 plus schools that registered and 1,100 people that ended up attending. Our auditorium was pretty full. There were local schools and some as far as from Riverside. We had attendance from other VHS clubs and PTSA. And I want to thank our ASB advisor, Mr. Villalobos, our principal, Ms. Rodriguez, and our Renaissance advisors, Mr. Barragon and Mr. Tackett, because they were really able to reach out and connect with all of these schools and show them what Renaissance is all about. We also had attendance by Dr. Farah, our Renaissance region champion, and Sarah Sosker, the director of Jostens Renaissance, some big names in the Jostens Renaissance world, and it was really cool to see all of these schools kind of ignore what school colors they were wearing and the symbols they were wearing, and just to see these people and be like, well, I hear you, I see you. I'm hoping we will be able to host this event again. It was really, truly amazing. And then next we had our Valentine's Day dance that included our Montsevier classes. It happens in the gym and it includes a DJ, Valentine's themed decorations, and lots of dancing. I personally danced a lot, that's why there's not that many pictures. It's one of my favorite events that happens on campus. It happens during our class, and so we go and we just dance with people the entire time. It's great. It's a great way to build on and establish our VUSD strengths. Next, for facilities, we ASB installed a cougar emblem on our lot fence. It was very hard to install, but I think it looks pretty awesome. I've gotten a lot of compliments on it, and people drive by and are like, whoa, what's that? It's really cool. I think it's a great way to just remind people that they're a cougar and they belong here. And I mean, it shows school spirit. It's our pride. And then we also had new floors placed in the auditorium in time for our Renaissance conference. It'll also be perfect for when we have our talent show upcoming on March 20th, and then the spring musical further back. And then next for CIF, Cheer had their very first ever competitive team that attended their first competition at Azusa Pacific University. It's very exciting for both our school and for our program because they get to go and dance and showcase all of their talents and jumping. If you want to see that, that's on their Instagram. They have a video of the performance. I watched it. It's really awesome. It made me feel really proud of them too. Boys and girls soccer both made it to CIF. Girls soccer made it to the first round, and boys soccer made it to round 2. Both very strong in their programs. Our amazing girls basketball program made it to the CIF quarterfinals. Such a huge achievement for their program, for the coaches, and for all of the parents that came out and supported. We had 2 wrestlers make it to the CIF Southern Section Masters meet. Super awesome. We have a really strong wrestling program. I recommend going to their events. It's really cool to watch. I had never been to an event like this until last year and this year, and it's really, really awesome. On the topic of sports, I also wanted to mention our recent alum, Sadie Engelhardt, breaking the North Carolina State School record in the mile. I'm really proud that we got her and not any of the other schools, because I can say, oh, I met her, I know her. Overall, we just have such an incredible athletic program, and I want to say thank you to any of the parents and staff that has shown such amazing support for our student athletes. And that's all from me tonight. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, thank you, student board members. So we'll go ahead and move on to any correspondence?
No.
No correspondence. Okay, public comment.
This evening, we do have 13 speakers, so it has been determined that we will have 3 minutes this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds and in district meetings. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students who attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. Just speak right on into it. I will call 3 names at a time. So the first up will be Scott.
President Forsyth, before we go to call the names, so I wanted to make this statement last board meeting, but I wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make this statement because we had 2 full rooms, and I thought it was important to share the information. So last month, I talked to a couple of union members and staff, and they asked me some particular questions about how to get across to the board. So I can only speak for 20% of the board because I'm no longer president, but I want you to take this information as if someone was giving you a 20% insight to a test or 20% insight to a board interview or a job interview. So there's been a lot of different things and comments going on, and I think people think that we're making decisions based on emotion. And we're not making decisions based on emotion. So for my 20%, which I'm responsible for, if you want to get across information, we're trying to make decisions based on facts. So I know that as a group that there are certain playbooks and certain things that people are trying to follow, but I can tell you that the most people on this diocese is trying to make decisions based on facts and not based on what people feel should be done or people think should be done. So for those people who spoke to me, and I'm only speaking for 20% because that's only what I'm responsible for, and that's only what I can do. So when you come up here, if you really want to make a difference and you really want to help the people that you're saying that you're trying to help, give us the facts, because this is a board meeting in public. It's not a public meeting for people to come up and just spill out emotions or try to convince us that we don't care or that we're not doing our job. Like, we actually pay attention when you say something. And so if you're going to come up here and you want to say and keep doing your playbook, keep doing it. But if you really want to make a difference and you really want to help 20% of the decision maker, then just give us the facts, because that's all we're trying to make the decision on. And so you don't, the one thing about this is you don't have to agree, but it's 100% true because I'm the 20%. So I'm telling you right now that if you want that 20% insight and you want to make a difference and you want us to make the correct decision, give us straight facts and information, and that will help us make that decision. And since I spoke to those people and I told them that I would do this because there's people that care. I'm only here because I care. The only reason, because you know what? I hear the people and the laughter, but let me tell you, I had a student come up to me and ask me why I wanted to cut the budget to make more money. I make $400 a month. I wear big and tall clothes. My clothes cost more than $400 a month. I'm not here for the money. I'm not here for the money, but I'm the decision maker. So all the rhetoric and stuff that you're saying about people trying to hide money doesn't make sense to me whatsoever, because I'm 20% of the decision-making population. So when you come up and you say things like that, to me, it doesn't make sense, because I'm not trying to hide money. I'm not trying to be non-transparent. Any one of you that ever came up to me and asked me a question, I told you, if you ask me a question, expect the truth and expect the answer. And there is not one person that can come up to this podium and say, Calvin, I asked you a question and you didn't tell me the truth. You can't say it, because I don't. I don't lie to people that come up and ask me a question. So if you really want that 20% insight, stop coming up and trying to evoke emotion, because emotion is not what's going to make me make a decision. Only the facts are what's going to make me a decision.
Thank you.
And
yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm not, okay, hold on. First of all, I got 2 more minutes. So I just want to make sure that those people that I spoke to understand that that's the reason why I'm making a decision is only based on fact. So all the stuff that comes up here and the rhetoric doesn't influence my decision. Okay, that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Trustee. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to
Thank you.
comment. Thank you.
So you'll have 3 minutes. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up.
Hey, I'm sorry, in the back, can we please keep it down? Keep the members to low, please.
First up, we have Scott Collins, followed by Ryan Gardner, followed by Nadia Herrera.
Hi, I'm Scott Collins. So now you have a face to go with the name that's been popping up in your emails. I teach at VASE in the Adult Ed Designated Services CTE Building and Construction Trades Program. It's a lot of words. I teach AutoCAD, SolidWorks, 3D printing, Revit, job skills. This is one of the programs that's slated to be shut down, making this issue extremely personal to me. I know you've already voted. I was teaching my night class at the last session. I was able to reschedule my class for tonight. I'm hoping to convince you to reconsider your decision. Your decision is based on the facts, enrollment numbers. But there's a metric for CTE that's more important than just enrollment numbers. That's not part of the K through 12 equation. It's in the name, career, tech, ed. The metric is job placement rates, students starting careers. A lot of the emails that you've received are from my graduate students who have started those careers. The demand for trained, skilled, and smart workforce in Ventura County continues to be strong and is still needed. And where do those jobs come from? A lot of the times right from my classroom. I have 24 students in my night class. Those are professionals who work during the day and come to my class at night. They come to me when they're looking for well-trained employees with the skills that I teach who are ready to hit the ground running. My graduates become industry professionals with high demand skills. I've been teaching for 17 years at VASE. Over the last decade alone, my job placement rates have been between 83 and 100%. Even during COVID, when we were 100% remote, my 2020 through 2021 job placement rates were 86%. My grads get jobs not just in building and construction, which is what the official title of the program is. Even with just high school diplomas and not advanced degrees, they've started amazing
30
lifelong
seconds.
careers all across the manufacturing sector in Ventura County. In agriculture, in medical. I've got students who work at the Navy base. This program is needed by our students, by our community, and by our workforce. My CTE classes change lives, and I want to keep changing lives. I want to keep making a difference. This is a good program with good results. Please, don't waste good.
Time is up.
Thank you.
We have Ryan Gardner, followed by Nadia Herrera, followed by Carol Peak. I can. Ryan Gardner, followed by Nadia Herrera, followed by Carol Peak.
Good evening, members of the board. I'd like to add testimony to Scott. I am born and raised in Ventura County. I'm a resident and an adult returning to student. After a work injury, I was laid off from my job with help from CalWorks and the WIOA program. I became a student at the Adult and Continuing Education School. I am now studying AutoCAD, SolidWorks, and Revit, skills that are in high demand and essential to know in this county as it builds and grows. My journey started in 2003 when I took CAD classes through the Regional Occupational Program. I earned a certificate, but it wasn't a state-recognized AutoCAD certification. I didn't understand the differences at the time, and that misunderstanding shaped the next 20 years of my life. I went on to earn a Bachelor's of Fine Arts from CSU Channel Islands, and I bartended my way through that school because I couldn't find work related to my CAD training. In total, I bartended for 21 years. I did work in digital media for a time, but eventually returned to bartending full-time. After a knee surgery and a massive heart attack, I lost that job, a job that was never really a career. That's when this program gave me a second chance. This training is listed as the state's eligible training provider list under WIOA. It's vetted. It leads to recognized credentials and measurable employment outcomes. In the 6 months that I've been there, I've seen what the difference it makes. Scott Collins just doesn't just teach software. He prepares students for an official AutoCAD and SolidWorks certifications that are state recognized and opens doors to real careers. Former students even return for guidance years later to him, and the mentorship doesn't end when his class ends. This program is focused and hands-on. It doesn't require years of unrelated prerequisites like colleges do. I also went to VC, and I didn't want to go to CSUCI. I wanted to get out of college because I was drowning in prerequisites. We need more trade schools. I'm a big advocate of trade schools. This program is focused and hands-on. It doesn't require years of unrelated prerequisites like colleges. For students like me, it's not just a class, it's a direct pathway into a profession with a purpose and a demand. I respectfully ask you to reconsider closing this program and to carefully consider the consequences of discontinuing an EPTL-listed course that receives CalWorks funding. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Nadia Herrera, followed by Carol Peak, followed by Sarah McLaughlin.
Good evening. My name is Nadia Herrera. I am the Student Assistance Program Liaison, a job that has been eliminated at the last board meeting. I'm here to urge you to consider three crucial questions regarding the recent elimination of the SAP Liaison and Assistant Director of Student Support Services. 1, who will ensure SARB compliance? 2, who will support the Director of Student Support Services with staff and student safety during, for example, suspensions, expulsions, and lockdowns, just to name a few? 3, how will the Student Assistance Program continue to be implemented as per board policy and AR 5137? These roles have significantly improved ADA rates, now 95% from its 93% in the past, enhanced SARB processes, and supported families. Without them, without the Assistant Director, who will chair all K-12 SARB meetings? Returning this to sites would add unnecessary burdens as they already prepare for these meetings and hold all SART meetings. Parents do prefer to have a district administrator involved in these meetings. For safety, the director and assistant director manage school transfers, expulsions, and lockdowns, just to name a few. Expecting one person to handle all these, especially during emergencies, which we've had many lockdowns, would be unrealistic and could compromise support for sites and administrators, let alone students. The Student Assistance Program has been vital for supporting families and students with substance use and behavior concern, and we've used it as an alternative to suspension. How will this be sustained? Will board policy be changed, or is there a plan to maintain this support? Will sites need to absorb these responsibilities? I urge you to investigate and please ask the questions regarding these concerns and reconsider the decision to eliminate these positions. Thank you for your time.
Up next, President Forsythe, we do have a last-minute request for general public comment that Amy has that just came in. So it's up to your discretion whether or not they're included.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Up next is Carol Peak, followed by Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Kai Cruz.
Okay, I'm going to try really hard not to be emotional, but I did sit through my first day of layoffs. It is emotional when you're sitting there with people, employees who work directly with students. You sit there and say, there's no job for you. That's emotional. You're taking away their livelihood. They're taking away their jobs. They're taking away their benefits, okay? That's emotional. And it's important that they be emotional because they're taking care of the students here on campuses. You want facts? Let me give you some facts. Executive cabinet, management, administrators, they should be taking the hard cap on their benefits, not giving the burden to us, and taking reductions in salaries and refusing raises. That is fact, that is data, and that's what should be talked about, not taking it from the workers who actually deal with children. Nobody here deals with children directly. I'm sure you could name students. To take it away from us and not share the burden even with us is disgusting, and I'm sorry, it's emotional. Thank you.
Up next is Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Kai Cruz, followed by Cameron DeJong.
I'm sorry, Sarah. If when the speaker's speaking, if you could just do the jazz hands, because we're having a hard time hearing. Thank you.
Well, I can't see it on the live stream if we do jazz hands.
Face, can you please be sure to do a pull-out shot of our audience when after each speaker? Thank you. Sarah McLaughlin, followed by Kai Cruz, followed by Cameron DeJong.
I'm here tonight to address the district's proposal to place a hard cap on employer contribution to health care. A hard cap does not reduce health care costs, but it does put the entire increase directly on the backs of the educators. The people who are going to feel it the most are the educators working with students. Our teachers, our specialists, our nurses, our counselors, our support professionals. The fact is, these are the people who show up early, stay late, and give tirelessly to their students. They must stretch every dollar to afford housing, childcare, student loans, living expenses. A fact is, they are already making financial sacrifices to do this very job. This job costs us money to do our job right and to do it well for our students. Here's what a hard cap tells the people working with our students. When healthcare becomes more expensive, the district will not be there for you. You're on your own. We understand budget constraints, but balancing the budget by transferring healthcare costs onto the employees' shoulders, that's not a long-term solution. If we want stability in our classrooms, the fact is we must provide stability to the educators. Healthcare is not a perk, it is essential. When educators are worried about whether they can afford coverage for their families, the stress follows them into the classroom. That is not good for staff, and it's not good for students. It is essential to keep educators healthy, present, and focused on students. My final fact is, it is the district's responsibility to take care of the educators because the educators are taking care of our students.
Kai Cruz, followed by Cameron DeJong, followed by Jen Novak.
Good evening, Board of Education. 2 weeks ago, I hobbled up to this podium to speak out for the students, the classified personnel, and educators. While my walking has improved, I still believe transparency of this administration remains questionable. The numbers don't lie when it's been calculated. Fact, total certificated salary spending has decreased 13.6%. Fact, teacher salaries have decreased by 17.72%. Fact, the pupil support salaries have decreased by 10.15%, yet admin salaries have increased by 20.92%. How is it acceptable to either ignore or support the indulgences this administration continues to enjoy? I don't believe it's the board that is the ones getting the income or raising their income. Our administration ups their compensation while expecting the rest of us, the employees, to take the reduction in compensation. I asked the board, why should the administration of VUSD chop away the jobs that have direct impact with the students, while at the same time they protect their own administrative jobs? I asked the board to consider, why do you not decide to recommend that this administration freeze their salaries, or better yet, take a reduction in their compensation? After all, that's what they are asking of the remaining staff members after they cut positions. Where is the integrity when they are cutting our compensation while taking raises amongst themselves? I have been a part of this district since my childhood. I came home from San Diego State in 1991 to become a teacher in the district. That's a fact, even if it's emotion. And I remember back then when the administration for Ventura Unified was far smaller, less expensive part of our budget. It is time for the board to see that this administration is protecting their jobs and their compensation, all while slashing those of whom work directly with the students. And I feel it's important for the board to make it a little more equitable between what we're suffering and what admin is doing. Thank you.
Up next, Cameron DeJong, followed by Jen Novak, followed by Amy Brooks.
(2021) and 2024, compensation for district's top administrators increased significantly. For example, current Moore Park City Councilman and Ventura USD Superintendent Antonio Castro, total pay and benefits increased by approximately 40.91% and currently makes $386,277.41. Assistant Soup Wolowitz increased by 28.24%, now totaling $317,729.90. Assistant Superintendent Bayless increased by 35.52%, now totaling $307,779.40. In just 1 year, between 2023 and 2024, Assistant Soup Mirza increased 33.54%, now totaling $315,374.39. In total, that represents approximately $341,996 in additional taxpayer-funded compensation for just 4 individuals. All this information is publicly available through Ventura Unified School District records and Transparent California. You can review the data yourself at change.org/VenturaUSD. That is change.org/VenturaUSD. So Ventura, if enrollment decline was known years ago, is this really a revenue problem, or is this a leadership problem? Leadership. Thank you.
Jen Novak, followed by Amy Brooks, followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Tall person.
Hi, board, and all of Ventura who's watching. Thank you for giving me this time today. I do have some questions about other pay. I did some research into what superintendents in our neighboring districts are making in other pay. So in ascending order, Dr. Youssef of Simi Valley makes $0 of other pay. Dr. McLaughlin of Conejo Valley Unified, $0. Dr. Hayes of Moore Park Unified, $4,800. Miss Schifferlel, sorry about that, of Fillmore Unified, $5,058. Dr. Dugenia of Oxnard School District, $5,130. We take a big jump here. Dr. Knox of Ojai Unified, $11,089. Mr. Weinstein of Santa Paula Unified, $17,676. Dr. Castro of Ventura Unified, $33,631. That is $22,542 more than Dr. Knox in Ojai, $15,937 more than our next highest, Dr. Weinstein in Santa Paula. If that wasn't bad enough, all three of our assistant superintendents make more in other pay than all 7 of those superintendents from those other districts that I just listed. Our assistant superintendent, Miss Wallowicks, $29,197. Assistant Superintendent Mr. Mirza, $23,680. Assistant Superintendent Mr. Bayless, $22,001. Our superintendents and the 3 assistant superintendents combined make $108,509 just in other pay alone. Do you have an itemized list of exactly what that other pay is being spent on? Why is it so drastically higher than any of our surrounding districts? Those are my questions that I think we all deserve answers to. Yes. And lastly, my last comment. I think that people are allowed to be upset when they are losing their jobs and students are losing their teachers and their schools. They're allowed to be emotional. Yes.
Amy Brooks, followed by Casey Rodriguez, followed by Monique Cornett.
Hello again to the board, administrators, and the strong community that sits before all of you tonight. I am Amy Brooks. I am a proud mother to a VUSD graduate at Buena and one graduating next year from Buena as well. I am also a proud one-on-one paraeducator at Ventura High. I know, we're a split house. I work in the VI program here at VUSD, and I've worked since 2023. I am honored to represent this beautiful community as a director at large for VESPA. I work with the people whose jobs have been cut, and that is a fact. This is getting redundant, but tonight I need to express my utmost gratitude to the incredible education teams that are represented by VUEA and VESPA combined. We are strong in heart and vision, and we hope you as a board can show us the same amount of respect as we navigate these difficult times. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that lately there has been a mutual feeling. Morale throughout the district is very low, and trust will need to be rebuilt. It feels like a roller coaster ride with loops and corkscrews, and we're at the part with that really, really, really big drop. I don't know, but it seems to me that no one wanted to be in this roller coaster in the first place, and we are all just hoping for it to stop soon. When making these important decisions, we urge you to make them equitable, to look at the people behind the facts and the numbers. We urge you to think about the effects that making changes and benefits before the school year ends. The facts are real lives who will be affected. Please listen to all of us who work so hard to prioritize our students' safety, who prioritize opportunities on each campus, and prioritize learning so they can grow, so our students can grow. Thank you.
Casey Rodriguez, followed by Monique Cornett, followed by Eileen Padone.
Thank you for your 20% insights. When educators share how they feel, those are facts and worthy of being shared. I am more discouraged than ever. Since I was a kid, I wanted to be an educator. I understood the importance of educators and how crucial their love and encouragement are. Now, as I am older, I see how challenging it has become to be an educator, not because educators are failing, but because the system is failing them. Facts. Educators are not being valued the way they should be. We see office elites receiving outrageous paychecks. Fact. While we, the very people entrusted with guiding and mentoring students every day, are stressed about paying rent, buying groceries, and whether or not they will have a job tomorrow. And that stress and instability affects our classroom. Fact. For students to succeed, the adults entrusted to teach them must be respected, supported, and safe. Students cannot thrive in classrooms where their teachers are exhausted, fearful, and stretched beyond capacity. Fact. When we destabilize educators, we destabilize students. Instead of continuing down this path of cuts and closures, let's pause and rethink our priorities and what it truly means for the future of every student is really about. Show through your actions and your budgets that you truly do value the success of every single student, educator, classroom, those who are doing the work to keep your schools a success. Last fun fact, Ventura County has had a new county seal for years. It's time to upgrade your website with it. Thank you.
Monique Cornett, followed by Eileen Padone, followed by Nathan Donnelly.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Castro, Executive Board. I stand before you today to speak for the students of Pacific High School, a campus that serves as a vital lifeline for Ventura Unified's most vulnerable youth. With nearly 90% of our students classified as socioeconomically disadvantaged and many overcoming significant personal hurdles, Pacific is not just a school, it's a sanctuary. However, the proposed cuts to our campus security threaten to shatter that sanctuary. Unlike traditional neighborhood schools, Pacific draws students from every corner of the district. This unique dynamic brings together individuals who, in their own neighborhoods, may be on opposite sides of longstanding rivalries. Our campus security team does more than patrol. They navigate these complex social dynamics daily. They are the frontline mediators who prevent neighborhood conflicts from erupting into campus violence. Without them, we are essentially placing rival gang members in close proximity without the necessary supervision to maintain peace. Furthermore, these cuts will effectively end our essential single-use restroom system. Currently, security staff manage restroom access to ensure only one student enters at a time, a system that has proven successful in curbing delinquent activity. If we lose this oversight, restrooms will once again become unmonitored hubs for fights, drug and alcohol use, and other dangerous behaviors. We cannot allow our facilities to become blind spots where students feel unsafe. Cutting security is not just a budget adjustment. It's a direct blow to the safety and morale of both students and staff. Our teachers cannot focus on credit recovery and graduation when they are forced to act as bouncers, and our students cannot learn when they are looking over their shoulders. Finally, the stress and worry that this is causing our campus security is forcing them to look for work outside of the district so that they may find jobs that provide them with the abilities to simply survive. Their hours were already cut for this school year, and now they are being asked to do the same job with 17 less hours to do it in. How does one pay their rent and feed their children working on 10 hours a week? If our campus supervisors leave Pacific, it isn't only the kids that will suffer, it is our entire community. I urge you to reconsider these cuts. Do not balance the budget on the backs of the students who need our protection the most, and if necessary, find the funds so that they may keep their jobs. Thank you.
Eileen Padone, followed by Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike.
Hello, good evening. My name is Eileen Padone. I work in student support services, and I'm here to urge you to reconsider eliminating the position of Assistant Director of Student Support Services. That position is very important. The Assistant Director of Student Support Services was instrumental in securing more than $1 million in grant funding to sustain 8 secondary wellness centers. These funds fully covered the salaries of wellness counselors for the current school year, allowing the district to expand critical mental health and wellness services without placing additional strain on the general fund. The Assistant Director also serves as the district's lead for attendance monitoring and intervention. Since elimination of the attendance specialist position several years ago, these responsibilities have shifted entirely to student support services. Attendance improvements is not only an educational priority, but also a physical one. The district receives approximately $1 million in additional revenue for every 1% increase in district-wide attendance. Through the Assistant Director's leadership, attendance improvement efforts over the past year have resulted in measurable gains, translating into millions of dollars in additional revenue for the district. Eliminating this position and letting go of the person responsible for these gains would put this progress at serious risk. At recent board meetings, it was emphasized that any reduction in force should minimize the impact on direct services to students. The Assistant Director of Student Support Services is central to those direct services, particularly for our most vulnerable students and families. Eliminating this position would dramatically weaken attendance monitoring, site support, parent engagement, and compliance with state mandated requirements. With this director, she does do a lot with the kids. There's one student in particular at Pacific that was not going to graduate. She is a mom. She became a new mom. And because of this director, the student is now going to graduate and she's going to go into beauty school. So the director does have a lot of impact on these children, not just with SARB and attendance, but any complaints that the parents have, they go to this assistant director, and she's the one that goes to the school sites along with our director and deals with these families and these children and a lot of these issues that these kids have. So I urge you please to reconsider this position and not eliminate it. Thank you.
Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike, followed by Mike Cormode.
You are asking the people who are in the classrooms and at the school sites if we really want to make a difference. You bring up playbooks. Make no mistake. The playbook from the school district is Union Busting 101. Divide, distract, and deceit. You are simply repeating what the district tells you, no questions asked. This body is great at identifying problems, but terrible at identifying solutions. We have been told that we have a budget problem because of declining enrollment, but no solution has been identified. As best I can see it, the solution is to cut jobs closest to the classroom and pay the executives more. That is not a solution, and clearly, if enrollment continues to decline, it's not working. Our elected leaders and the executives at the school district are not going to suddenly grow a conscience. What they did last board meeting was shameful. But Peterson said it best. We cannot appeal to their sense of goodwill or decency. We have to fight. Make no mistake, the priority for the district is cell phone plans, gas, and car allowances for administrators. Their priority is not the students or the community, because if that was the case, they would keep office staff, bus drivers, custodians, paras, librarians, nurses, and teachers. Maria Sue in San Francisco oversees a district with 55,000 students, and she gets paid $385,000. Castro oversees a district with 14,000 students and gets paid $386,000. Peterson laughed that the auditing group didn't find Ferraris in the parking lot. But if management has a Prius and staff can't get a mammogram, afford housing, or food, that's unethical. No matter what happens tonight or on Friday during negotiations, we have to make it abundantly clear to the executives at the district that they cannot kick around their employees without facing any consequences. Our compassion for students has been weaponized against us by telling us that we must accept the brunt of the hardships. What district executives and the school board underestimate is our compassion for each other. We must lean into that compassion and leverage it as we unite and fight together to force the district to prioritize its students.
Catherine Pike, followed by Mike Cormode, followed by Andrew Coates, who will be the last speaker.
Good evening. At VESPA and VUEA, we prioritize our students, their learning, their opportunities, and their safety. And we do so with honor because it is a sincere privilege. These, again, are facts, and we were graciously asked to leave our emotions at the door today, so I have retailored my comment to be factually oriented, as the board has spoken to how deeply emotion is unwarranted and unwanted under this particular set of constraints. But no worries, because we can do chipper. We are education workers. We know how to turn on a dime for our students and how to turn on that million-watt smile, which you can't see through here because I'm masking up to not get sick. But that said, we know that each and every one of the students that we interact with knows how deeply we value them. And facts, let's go for it. I know more people than I have fingers that work more than one job at my site just to make ends meet. Just to be able to pay rent in this town and buy food. This is so that they can continue to work in our district to support the students and their learning, their opportunities, and their safety, the rapport that they have built for years. I know that our superintendent makes more than makes more than a superintendent does in San Francisco Unified, while our salaries as certificated staff have decreased by 17%, and that's to speak nothing of our classified siblings. We all know our board members make only $400 in a month, and I promise you, there's no one in this room that believes that the board is reaping large benefits. We all know that the cuts that this board has approved, however, are egregious. Our superintendents and assistant superintendents, as you just heard from people much more well-spoken than I, make $100,509 more than any other superintendent and assistant superintendents make in our area. That is the price of multiple jobs that are being cut. This is, frankly, demoralizing, and as the students I serve might say, not a vibe. But we will continue to prioritize our students, their learning, their opportunities, their safety, yet another glorious and immutable fact. As the cuts and bumps that this board has approved take effect, I want to ask this board how their constituents might feel calling the main office of a school next year, where staff that answer the phone do not speak their language, one of two major languages that are spoken at that school site.
30 seconds.
Because these cuts, again, and these bumps that our board has approved, again, another fact, congratulate themselves on finishing before 10 p.m. With less public consideration and concern that it might take to choose an item from a dinner menu, to wrench apart our school communities that the students know we have worked so hard to build rapport within, and they do not understand why that support is going to be taken away. They know that each person they see on that campus supports their learning, their opportunities, and their safety because we build that with them all year long. We are union strong, and we thank you for that.
Thank you. Up next, Mike Cormode, followed by Andrew Coates.
Sorry, my eyesight needs a computer screen, not a phone screen. So, good evening. My name is Mike Cormode. I'm a lifelong resident of Ventura and a product of the Ventura Unified School District. My wife and daughters are also graduates of the school district. My daughter is actually a third-generation VUSD graduate. Between my time as a student, a parent, and a husband of a VUSD employee, I've been involved in the school district for over 40 years. Excuse me. What this school district is becoming as a result of mismanagement by this board is a mere shadow of its former glory. You're trying to correct years of poor fiscal decisions by cutting additional positions to the people that have the most impact into our students' lives. Teachers and support staff have daily direct interaction with the students. These are the people that can tell by looking at a child if they need a hug, a word of encouragement, or even a reminder what it means to be a respectful, contributing member of society. Excuse me. When was the last time any of you had an actual conversation with a student? It's the teachers that daily prepare these students for life. I saw my daughter's choir teacher, Kevin Downey, in the audience. She's one of the worship leaders in my church, in large part from his influence. I frequently see my former basketball coach, Felix Cortez, on his Sunday morning walks through downtown. I still remember he took the time to invest in me and encourage in me, even though I spent far more time on the bench than on the court. That was 40 years ago. A teacher's influence in a student's life carries on long after graduation. Cutting back on teachers and increasing class size limits the teacher's ability to reach each student where they are and bring the student to where they need to be, not just in academics, but often in life. Support staff don't just interact with the classroom on a daily basis. Many of them, like my wife, often interact with the entire school daily. It's these people from an ESSA, a custodian, or a CSA that get to know the entire campus. This relationship is not just 1 year, but can be for a child's entire life on campus. The kids in 8th grade at Lemon Grove School have not known a time on campus without Mrs. C there to offer a hug, a word of encouragement, or sometimes a raised eyebrow when it's needed. To cut back on these positions does not just affect the employees, it has a drastic effect on the kids as well. Instead of having the stability of a consistent staff year to year, your decisions are once again causing turmoil on campuses. Today, my wife had her bumping meeting with district representatives.
30 seconds.
As a result, she'll be forced to leave Lemon Grove School to keep her hours, and the kids will lose a resource that loves them. For those of you that are making a living off the school board by cutting back on lower paid staff, instead of bearing the burden yourself, you are directly hurting the students. Mr. Peterson, you asked for facts. The current figure shows Superintendent Castro is getting paid a salary of almost $300,000 per year. A 10% cut would be a $30,000 direct support staff. That's 1,000 hours of student contact.
Our last speaker is Andrew Coates.
Hey, thanks for the lecture on emotions, Trustee Peterson. You're correct, you're only 20% of the board, and thank God. I'd like everyone here to keep in mind that Mr. Peterson is up for re-election in November. I encourage everyone listening to check the trustee area map on the district website and locate Area 5. That's 5. Maybe the voters who live there will consider the facts as well as their emotions when filling out their ballots.
President Peterson, that's all the public comment we have. However, we're asking if we could take an early break to try and fix the problem with your screens right now because we have to get underneath those desks in order to fix it, or you can continue and we'll get to it during our normal break.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And if we release the students, thank you so much. I appreciate you. 10-minute break. Thank you.
10-minute break. We'll come back to 7:37.
Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome back from our short break. It seems like we got our technical issues all set. We're ready to go. If we could close the door, please. Thank you. So we made a course correction here on the agenda. Usually we go to action items 14A1, but this time we're going to move to 15C1. So turn to page 9. You'll find your assignment there. I tell my students. And that's going to be 15C1 is the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report. And as Dr. Mirza.
Okay, well, oops, sorry. Well, good evening, President Forsyth. I almost said chair, but I heard it was president now, so I apologize. Superintendent Castro and members of the board. My name's Maddie Hendrick, and I'm the chair of the Measure E Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And this is the annual report covering fiscal year 2024 through 2025. So just for everybody's overview, remember back in November of 2022, we did pass a school bond that authorized us to issue up to $434,500,000 of general obligation bonds. These bond revenues are only to be used for the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities. Let's see, our committee, you can see everybody that's on the committee, but I would like to shout out to the ad hoc report committee that assisted me in writing the report this year. And that included Christina Alvarez, who's the vice chair, Andrew Morgan, and Kim Perlhart. So the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee values equitable, distribute the funds as defined by the ballot initiative, and that every single student has the right to benefit from bond funds. Our other value is transparency, to communicate Measure E projects to all stakeholders and encourage public input. We have formed an ad hoc communication team to help with notification of projects throughout the community, so be looking for some information on that in the coming months. So the role of the committee. I always like to do this just so everybody knows what the committee does, and then we'll go over what we don't do. But what we do, we inform the public of the district's expenditures of bond proceeds. We review the expenditures, review the projects, and produce an annual report. What we do not do, the committee does not have any input. We're not able to provide input on any of the projects. We do not have any say-so over who the contractors are, and we also do not set the priority of projects. So for the fiscal year 2024-2025, I kind of just broke it down into some bigger categories, but these are the allocation summary of the funds that were used. For 24-25, we did spend $65,282,751.87. So the findings, the district did employ Clifton Larson Allen LLP to complete an independent audit of all the expenditures from 2024-2025 for the Measure E Bond Fund. This was provided to your board on December 16th. It was provided to the committee one day earlier because we met right before you. On December 15th, the audit did confirm that Measure E bond funds were used for only approved projects and in compliance with Proposition 39. So now this is the fun part, some of the highlights from 24-25. And remember, it's kind of hard because we're looking way in the past. So we do have some projects that'll be in looking ahead, but even though they're going on right now, because for the report, it is kind of looking ahead. So Pierpont Field, Principal Todd Tyner did give a nice quote, but this has made such a huge difference to the students. Something just as simple as a field being accessible for all and being free from gophers and bumps and all sorts of sand intrusion. That's been very good for Pierpont. Atlas, they got a beautiful new playground for their TK program. And this wouldn't have been possible without Measure E funds. We didn't get to tour this specific one, but in seeing some of the other playgrounds that we saw, they really are very inclusive, super bright colors, imaginative, and just help the kids have a sense of fun play. This is another project highlight, Elmhurst. I know that this, I think, made it to the national news. We did have the playground manufacturer come out from, I think it was Tennessee, come out for the grand opening of this playground. But we do have a quote from Ryan Oz, who's a fifth grade teacher at Elmhurst, and just how this playground has given an opportunity for students of all abilities to play and have fun, and for everybody to feel that sense of belonging. Montalvo, we did get to tour this playground. This was a pretty amazing playground. Kind of right near the building, and it's kind of has this weird yellow with black thing. It almost looked like a spaceship. Shannon was on the tour, but I've never seen anything like it. It looked really cool, and I'm sure that all of our kids would love to play on that. Move to the next one. EP Foster, another field. It's crazy to think that just a field can be so instrumental to our elementary students as well. We'll have some field for our middle school and high schoolers as well, but just giving them a safe place to play, free from, getting sprained ankles and having little critters and everything like that. Buena, we got a quote from the athletic director, who's also the head football coach. Buena had a wonderful new digital scoreboard installed, as well as the lights, and that just made Friday night lights not only for the football team, but for other athletics programs that use the field, so soccer, flag football. It just made a huge difference to them. Ventura High School also did get a new digital scoreboard and lights, and my son plays for the Ventura High School Cougar football team. So it was really amazing to be able to see the students out there playing and on the scoreboard. Ventura also had some buildings that were red tagged and condemned, and had been like that for quite a few years, had those finally removed. I was speaking with Miss Coleman, who is the photography teacher at Ventura High School, and she said, her students don't have the opportunity to go take some cool photos in abandoned buildings anymore, but we also don't have to worry about tetanus. So I think that was a good choice. And then on the far right photo, that's a temporary locker room, but I have a feeling it'll be there for quite a while. I think the girls' flag football team and track students have been using that. Okay, so now 2025-26, so that's our current year, projects that are completed and in progress. Elmhurst Montalvo Mound Atlas K through 8 received HVAC systems. Playgrounds, we're replacing the playground at Portola. Roofing is going in at Data, Cabrillo, Poinsettia, and Pierpont. And then athletics with the Balboa Field renovation. My son goes to Mound, which is so that butts up right against the Balboa Field, and he absolutely loves seeing the earth movers and the big trucks out there. And this is a unique project because while it's at Balboa, it is going to serve as the Buena football team practice field for the summer, while their field is being retrofitted and redone, also with bond funds. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 on this one. So looking ahead for 2027, HVAC going in at Lincoln, Pierpont, EP Foster, Sheridan Way. 2028, Will Rogers will get HVAC. Playgrounds, 2027, we've got Lincoln, but that's early start, Pierpont early start, Juana Maria early start, Citrus Glen early start. 2028 will be Atlas K through 8, Lemon Grove, Loma Vista, and Poinsettia. Roofing replacements are on deck for Anacapa, Citrus Glen early start, and Loma Vista early start. And then facilities upgrades 2027, we've got Cabrillo restrooms and fencing, the Buena culinary room, and in review are the Buena and Ventura field houses. So again, these are what's on deck as of right now if your board decides to change the priority, because my committee doesn't do anything with priority. These would obviously change.
I had one quick question on that.
Sure.
I thought originally the Buena Culinary was supposed to be this summer. I don't know if... Oh, there's Ryan. Of course he's in the back. This says 2027. I thought it was supposed to be this summer.
Yeah, sorry, Maddie. Yeah,
Was I mistaken?
We were aiming for 2026, but with the DSA lag time with the code change, it just pushed all of our projects out.
Thank you.
And DSA is Department of State Architect.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yeah. Since Ryan was just up here, the bond team, we really did want to thank Ryan and his team. They have been super communicative. Any question that we've had, any tour that we've needed, he and his team have just accommodated that. They're very transparent. They have that responsiveness, and we just feel like we have a real strong partnership and working relationship with Ryan, who's over the bond. And with that, I'm done. If you have any questions.
All right. Board, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Maddie, I'd like to thank you. I know you've been doing this work for a few years now, and really appreciate you and the rest of the bond committee overseeing the projects to make sure we're spending the money correctly. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dannenberg.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing because you've been on the committee since the very beginning. And I think you bring a really steady leadership and just really collaborative style to work, which has been really helpful. So thank you. And of course, thanks to the whole committee because we do have a great group of people, both new and old, have been really helpful. So
thank you, Sabrina. I'll share that with the committee.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be a liaison with you guys because it's a wonderful committee.
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for being on the committee so long. I know it's could be taxing, but we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really fun. I
Good,
like it.
I'm glad.
I like getting to see what's going on.
I mean, it wasn't at the beginning, but it is now.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, we did. That's why I added the slide about what the committee does and what we don't do.
We appreciate that.
All
Thank
right,
you so
thank you.
much. Thank you. Alrighty, if we can move on to 15C2, Demographics and Enrollment Projections, 2025-2026. And I believe that's Dr. Mirza.
Yeah, good evening, board. We have invited Ken Reynolds from Schoolworks. He developed a report for our demographics and enrollment projections, essentially a demographic study. Just this document is being presented to you tonight. This would be a document that is utilized as we go through the school closure process as well.
Good evening. Ken Reynolds, President of Schoolworks, and we're here tonight to share with you the results of our demographic analysis and enrollment projections. I would like to thank your team for being so helpful in collecting the data that we needed to do this comprehensive analysis. What we do is we look at several factors and historic information in order to generate the most accurate projections we can, so that's useful for your team and for all the work that you do. And so the key components that go into that analysis is, one, looking at birth data, because those are our future students. Two, looking at what happens to your population over time. And we're talking just the student population. So, you know, the kids that start school, are they still here, 5 years later, 10 years later? Are the populations growing or declining over time? And we look at that by grade level. And so we have multiple years of data that we're looking at to do those analysis. And then thirdly, we look at the information from the new development activity, right, the new homes being built. We talk to the planning department, to the builders to find out what they have on deck, what's going to be impacting you into the future. And all that information we analyze by each individual school area to come up with what's happening within each individual school community. And then we apply adjustment factors for the actual enrollment numbers, because we start with what's happening within the community, and then parents get to make choices. Do they want to attend a different school than the district they live in, or a different school than the boundary they live in? So we take into account all those choices that are made to come up with the final enrollment numbers. And then once we've done that for each school, then we show you what the results are district-wide. So we do all this in a computerized modeling system. This map here shows, the yellow area shows the physical area that your school district represents. All those red dots are from this school year, and anytime we're talking about numbers, we're going to be talking about the first week of October. That's our consistent reference point to help improve our accuracy. And so you will notice there are some of those red dots that are not in your district. So those are the students attending your schools that live in other districts. And in fact, I think there's just around 1,000 students this school year attending your schools that do not live in your district. So this just shows the elementary boundaries. As I mentioned, we look at the projections. We are studying each individual community, and that is broken down by your boundaries. So we look at it at the elementary level, at the middle school level, and at the high school level. So one of the first components we look at, again, is that birth information. Statewide, we've been declining. We used to have 600,000 births per year in our state. Now we're down this past year to only 400,000. We've lost 1/3 of the births in our state. So even though our population's been growing, that population is generating fewer and fewer children each year. So this chart is looking at just your area. We are provided birth data from the Department of Health, so it doesn't matter what hospital you're born in. The information is collected based on the mother's zip code when each child is born. And so that blue line running across the top of the page shows us the births. Those blue bars underneath show how many students generated from those births end up enrolled in your schools 5 years later. Those are our kindergarten counts. And so we can see the number of births has been declining, and our kindergarten enrollment's been declining. That's pretty well correlated. Now the yellow bars are showing the next 4 years, and because we already have the birth data for those children. So when we start showing you projections beyond 4 years, right, we don't have that data yet. So we start making some assumptions. So the longer range projections you'll see later on have a little bit less accuracy than our short term because we have better data for our short term projections. But overall, again, we used to have quite a few births in the community, and that's dropped by a few hundred.
Sorry, just a question. So as you're looking at these projections for kindergarten birth rates, when you share that we have about 1,000 students from outside of our district who enroll or who are enrolled in our schools, do you factor that into these projections as well?
Yes, that is factored in. But what you don't see here, right, we're analyzing your data from your student information system. And so there are students that live in your community that might be attending some of your neighboring districts, because usually you'll have transfers in and transfers out. And so those transfers out do not show up here, but the transfer-ins do show up here. So this is showing your net enrollment. Now, obviously, the key difference between those lines, that's usually the question we get next, that's going to represent students going to private schools, students in charter schools, students being homeschooled, right? All those different opportunities that parents can make. So next we have the very similar chart. This is our TK program, right? These are 4-year-olds. This year is the first year that all 4-year-olds have been eligible to attend the TK classes. Back when the program started, only 3 months of births were allowed to enroll in that program. And so the growth we've seen in those blue bars over the last 4 years is because that program has been expanding to all 4-year-olds. So moving forward, we're showing that those numbers are going to follow a trend line based on how many children are born 4 years prior. It is a brand new program, obviously, is our first year with all 4-year-olds eligible. That participation rate, you can see, is pretty low. There's a lot of competition with the 4-year-olds, right? We've traditionally had a lot of preschool opportunities. And so if public school is becoming more popular and preschool is maybe focusing on 3-year-olds more, then we could see those numbers increase. We're not assuming that, so your projections could turn out better than we're projecting, but we're looking at your current participation rate and assuming that for the future at this time. This next chart, again, I like to show stuff on charts because it's easier to absorb than just a bunch of numbers on a page. This one is showing us our enrollment this school year in those green bars by grade level. So we can see, which classes are larger than others. And as we can see, we have more students in our upper grades than we do in our lower grades. Now, the other thing we're illustrating on this page is that blue line. Those blue boxes represent how many students were enrolled in kindergarten when that grade started school. So if you look at the seniors on this chart, our current senior population is almost identical to our starting kindergarten population. So it tells us it tells us about the community and what the impact of mobility is over time and just what changes take place over time. So in general, when we're looking at this chart, what we see is that our ending population is very close to our beginning population at each grade level. We do see that grades 6, 7, and 8 are below their starting population, but it's quite common, and as we see in your community, between 8th grade and 9th grade, we usually get a little bit of an influx. And so those are students that were typically in a private school or a charter school that are going to your high schools once they reach 9th grade. So, but the one challenge that we see here, right, is that we've been having smaller and smaller kindergarten classes, which tells us, right, 12 years from now when those kindergartners are becoming seniors, we're going to expect a smaller senior class too. And so the decline enrollment you have seen and that you will see is because there's just fewer children in the community, and that change over time is impacting your enrollment over time. So the next item we look at is the impact of new housing developments. And so again, we do have a lot of construction still continuing within your community. We're projecting about 1,500 new housing units over the next 6 years. So that's a pretty, I wouldn't say aggressive rate. Again, we do our best to come up with projections that are as accurate as possible. So the developers might tell us, well, we're going to probably build 2,500, but then we talk to the planning department and see if that's feasible and realistic. Again, we're looking at historic data, we're looking at the economy, and we're looking at what the developers are trying to do. And most of the time, right, their goals are not typically met unless the economy is really strong and housing prices are affordable, which we don't have that situation today. So the numbers have been relatively slow the last couple of years. So the number of children we anticipate from housing units has dropped over time. Statewide, we used to have about 0.7 students per housing unit, and now you can see our numbers are typically about half that. So we're about, even below that, we're estimating 0.275. Currently, when we looked at the last census data, which was 2020, your average was 0.34 children per housing unit. And that's because we looked at your enrollment compared to how many housing units there are. So real simple math. And the reason the number is dropping, again, is because families are continuing to have fewer and fewer children. And we've also noticed as housing prices increase, it typically drives down the number of children per housing unit. It's a very common theme throughout our state. So again, the end results, we put all this information. We have a lot of great data throughout our entire report. It's summarized here in a one-page summary. Here we're showing 10 years of history and 6 years into the future. The orange is the elementary grades, green is our middle school grades, and blue is our high school grades. So again, we've lost about 3,000 students over the last 10 years. We are continuing to see some decline. It's not quite as the same pace we've seen as in terms of the average over the last 10 years. So that pace is starting to decline a bit. But we still have all those smaller classes that are going to move through the system that are going to continue the decline. So again, these next few pages are just to show you an example what's in our full report and what you're looking at. We have a map for each of the schools. On those maps, we have different colored dots. Red dots are saying we live in that school's boundary and we attend that school. If there's a blue dot in that school's boundary, those are students that are enrolled within your district, but they attend a different school or a different program. If you see the yellow dots outside that school's boundaries, they're attending that school, they just don't live in that school's boundary. And so this map here was an example from Lincoln, but the chart on the right-hand side, we have this for each school also. This is a different example. This is actually from one of your middle schools. Because there was fewer, it's easier to display on the screen here. Again, those yellow bars represent students that are attending that school from outside that school's boundary, and the blue lines are showing these students live in that boundary but are attending a different school, and it's identifying the school that they do attend. So again, parents have a lot of choices. There's different programs you offer, and so there's a lot of flexibility. And so this is just illustrating for you the results of all that flexibility and choices parents have.
Sorry, Ken, I just have a quick question. If you go back a couple slides to the developments, you said 1,500 new units of housing being developed in the next 5-6 years?
6 years, yes.
6 years? Okay, so just an approximate estimate, what would the district expect to see for enrollment out of those 1,500? Are we simply just multiplying that student yield rate at 0.275 to come up with the number?
Correct.
But like
yeah, so we're about 400 to 450 students.
Over the next 6 years?
Over the next 6 years.
Okay.
That's already included in our projections.
Yep.
So if there's a moratorium on housing, no homes are allowed to be built, right, your projections would be about 400 students lower than we're projecting.
To be about 68 students per, I mean, if it breaks out evenly like that, approximately.
Approximately.
Okay.
Yes. And then, so also for each individual school, we're going to have a chart that shows the enrollment projection. And below this chart, we actually show the enrollment by grade level for each of the next 6 years for each campus. And so if you're looking at for a particular school, again, the example I pulled up here was Lincoln, so we can illustrate you the different lines on these charts. The red line is our enrollment history and our projection, so that's the key line that we're focusing on. But the other lines on this, for your information, that blue line represents the population in the boundary. The black line is our permanent school capacity, and the green line is our capacity when we include the portables on campus. So again, this was an interesting example to use because even though the district is facing a decline in enrollment, this school is actually seeing an increase in enrollment. So again, we're analyzing each of your individual communities, and we're going to see different results in different areas.
No, we just have some staff members back there doing jazz hands because they're excited that their school is being highlighted. So that's what we were pointing at.
Yeah. Lincoln's in the house.
Yeah. These next few slides, again, showing the numbers. We illustrated it previously, right, with those yellow bars and blue bars showing transfers in and transfers out. If you want to see it as numbers, it's on this page. And again, this is all the elementary schools, the number of students transferring in and out of each school. So if you look across the top, that's the school that we're looking at their enrollment for. And you look down that line, that shows all the areas that the students attending that school come from. So again, we call it our attendance matrix, and it just shows you the power that and the challenges sometimes that we have when we're doing our enrollment projections, because parents have choices where they go and what programs they want to enroll at. And so this is just showing you the flexibility that you're able to offer and the impacts of those choices.
Dr. Castro, when we have this data again, because I know we'll see it again as we're going through the school closure conversation, I think it would be very helpful to see for the families who are opting out of their boundary school for programs like a TWI program or a particular like kind of pathway program, it would be helpful to have that highlighted, as opposed to moving just pure boundary, but like moving in search of a specific educational option.
Okay. That's two different meetings. One meeting would be focusing on like demographic attendance enrollment, talking about inters and intras from site to site. And then when we get to the ed services section of that school closure process, that's where we would dive into, with the help of ed services here, like unique programs at each site. Like, for instance, if one has a specialized special education program compared to others, I don't know if we would be able to pull the data to say this individual person transferred because of a special
Dr.
program.
Mirza, you're right on with the exceptions being the programs where solely, so it would be Montalvo, right? I think that's where you were going, right? So, so our 3 elementary programs would be the ones where we could delineate that data, but I agree with you that it would be, we wouldn't be able to get that clear data for the middle schools and high schools.
Well, we also can see the number of families who are leaving a comprehensive middle school for a TK-8, right? So that's
Yes.
another kind of programmatic shift that would be helpful to
Yeah,
delineate.
absolutely. That's true. Yeah, TK-8 as well.
I would suggest it might also be helpful to ask the staff if there's certain programs. I know I was able to talk with a couple of the teachers at Lincoln who had noted that they had an influx of students who were from outside the district, specifically because of not so much of a program they were running, but that they were the proximity to one of our local businesses was attracting students to that particular school as a small school. And again, from outside the district, so I mean, that's kind of icing on the cake.
You're absolutely right. We are in some ways more limited by the intra data than we will be for the inter-district data. And in terms of staff, you're absolutely right. Student support services will have a lot of insights. And then on those inter-district agreements, the families need to detail for which criteria they meet for that inter-district process. So you're absolutely right that in terms of the inter-district rationale, we have a better understanding of why families are coming in. Generally, not always, but generally I would say at least half, if not more, it has to do with employment, that's where the person is employed. But there are all kinds of other factors like specialized programs in particular.
All right, so again, that first page was the elementary attendance matrix. We do have the middle school attendance matrix on this page. And as you had mentioned, right, this does list your K-8 schools. And so they are attracting some of the middle school age children. So that's identified on this slide. And then we also have the same information for the high schools. And so we can see the different choices the high school populations are making. And again, it's great information. I don't know that it provides a significant value, but it's just when we're doing our projections, we're assuming that this amount of transfers are going to continue to take place. So if rules are changed, programs are changed, things are moved around, then obviously that can impact population shifting from one school to another. And so our calculations are not assuming any changes are taking place. And so if you're aware of changes taking place, we are able to model those impacts if there's a program expanding. You know, sometimes there's like a dual immersion program, but it's only offering up to 3rd grade right now. It's expanding to 4th grade next year and then 5th grade. Those types of issues we're able to model in our system. And so this slide shows the results by school. I like illustrating the information here as a quick summary. Usually I'm focusing on that very bottom line. It's like, what's the impact in our total population year to year? And again, the next 2 years are some of our more challenging with a drop of 250 or more. And then a couple of years after that, it's not quite as steep of a decline. But out again in year 6, it's another large drop. So again, those year-to-year numbers really just, if we're graduating in a larger senior class compared to the size of the kindergarten class we're bringing in, that's what really creates that net loss in an overall enrollment.
But it also takes into consideration the new developments.
Yeah, development activity, yeah, everything's taken into account there, but that's in your community, that's the key factor. Is, right, how many are we graduating compared to how many are we starting with? And then we always end our reports with a utilization report. this helps highlight the need for changes. If we see schools that are projected to be over capacity, a lot of times we'll need to either build more facilities, move programs, or make some boundary adjustments. If we see other types of challenges, then you're aware of the numbers so that options can be looked at. And we use a blue color coding to represent schools that are underutilized, so anywhere under 70%. And then that blue color, or the green color, is sort of that ideal size, sort of our ideal maximum school size. That's in our 80% range. We're well utilized. Probably some classes are impacted at certain grade levels at our elementary schools. We do have an orange color for saying we're in that 90% range. We're significantly impacted. And then we do have a red box around an area for over 100%. In those cases, we're typically using spaces that we don't really want to use as classrooms, or having to load students above our goal loading standard in order to accommodate all the children.
When you are looking at total capacity for a site, are you taking into consideration whether they might have special education programs that have smaller class size by design that restrict the total capacity of the site?
We look at their special ed enrollment, and we load those classes at a much lower number per classroom. We're not focusing on the type of facility they're in. So if you have a special ed program in a classroom that's only 700 square feet, because there's only 6 kids in that class, we're not taking that into account. We're just saying, hey, we got special ed, we're loading at a lower rate, and if special ed population grows and we need to move it somewhere else, right, we may just end up in a regular classroom. A lot of times, depending on the type of special ed, they'll have very specialized facilities, and so it's difficult to reuse those for other purposes. But yeah, this is just looking at the classroom count, our projected population, and what grade they are, and how many are special ed to determine how many classes we load at each of your different standards.
Yeah. So my question is kind of, because as I look at a school like Mound, right, where we have an autism program that has by design smaller class size, it seems a little surprising to see their utilization rate so low given how full their classrooms are. So that's what's generating that question for me.
I figured as much. So effectively what you're saying, it affects the ratio. The larger the special ed population on a given campus, the perceived underutilization is that can factor in.
Sure. Yeah,
go ahead.
And it can also be, again, depending on the type of special ed, right? Or even with the regular classrooms, if we're loading a classroom, with 30 students, but they have 28, and they're using all their classrooms, that extra 2 per classroom can sometimes make up the difference in the numbers. But what the key reason we're seeing the blue color on this page, right, is because we used to have 3,000 more kids in the district than we do today. And these are showing projections, right, which are, again, 6 years further down the road, and the impacts, what things will look like then. So, again, those are the key dynamics that are being displayed here.
But I think meaning, can you explain what you mean by loaded? The classrooms are loaded at a lower rate. So if a standard classrooms that can fit 24 students, special ed classrooms, I think, are half, like 12.
Yeah, typically we load those around 12.
Yeah.
Yep. And so, yeah, if we're loading at 12, but they have some very specialized classes where you're only putting, 5 or 6 or 8, then, yeah, our capacity could be almost double what your realistic use of the facility is. But if one more special ed kid showed up, is there room for them? Probably.
So my question is regarding like the non-classroom classrooms. So, for example, like the RSP teacher, the psychologist, the speech language room, sometimes there's, an art room or a music room or, a STEAM lab and a wellness center. And a lot of those use classrooms. So how would we factor those into these percentages?
That's probably the most difficult part of this job. Yeah, and it's a challenge. We are not showing, we're not assuming there's no room in the inn for any of your special programs, but we are not assuming that any program you can imagine we're going to make space for. We find a compromise. I like to assume that we're not going to use more than about 4 or 5 classrooms per campus for those special programs. I know that as we see schools declining in enrollment, we have that extra space. We start using it for all sorts of things because we have the space, right? No different in our personal lives. When the kids move out, we got extra space in our homes. We can start using those bedrooms for different things. So it's a very similar concept. So we're showing a capacity here that's probably larger than what you have truly available if you're going to continue to use the rooms for what you're currently using them. But if we know that another 30 kids show up and we need to fit them on that campus, we can make the adjustments needed.
Like, for instance, we went through this exercise with all of the principals. We said, take a look at the classroom usage report as, like, for example, if a school site were to close and you were to get an influx of students, yeah, you may be using this for whatever art room right now, but if you had an influx of students, you would have to first teach the students in the classroom, so it may not be an art room anymore. So we had them look at that lens. So, like, for instance, libraries, we excluded, we said that we're not going to load those in there. Wellness centers, we left alone, I believe. That's saying that, okay, for now, wellness centers would remain on campus, but there were some other rooms, like, for instance, for Mound, like room 5A and 5B, they're smaller size classrooms used for reading, and so those were removed, those were not loaded. And so we looked at each site, worked with the principal and facilities to determine what we would determine to load to be able to be utilized for students and what we're leaving off the table. So, like the multi-purpose room, we're not loading for, hey, we could use this as a classroom.
So, and I know you mentioned, that they're shaded green, like that's sort of that ideal, that 80% band. So, is it safe to say if a school's in that 80% band, they have still the flexibility to have rooms for those other things or an influx of a class that might come? What would be, should we not want to be like above 90% capacity, or am I making that up?
Well, again, if we're operating at 90% and a new family moves in, there might be room in 3rd grade, but there's no room in 4th grade because that class is maxed out. So they might get transferred to a neighboring school. So again, once we reach those 90% levels, we deal with a lot more transfers that are not voluntary.
Do you load the primary classrooms in our elementary schools differently than the upper grade classrooms?
Yeah, we load each grade level differently. I think that was on one of the previous slides, what our loading factors were. Let's see. On this one, we had identified the loading for the different grade levels. Now, when you see the TK loaded at 40, that's because we're assuming a class of 20 in the morning and a different class of 20 in the afternoon. So it's looking at how each room is utilized.
If you could just go back to the previous slide with the percentages. Yes, this one. I think a good example, just taking a look at that 90% threshold is Foothill. So it says the 25-26 current enrollment is not basically 940. It's at 94%, and yet in Foothill's history from a few years ago, the total enrollment was approaching almost 1,000 students, and so. I think that one of the questions you had is, well, what does that mean? It means precisely that there are very few places. Almost every classroom is maximized, and then it just comes down to how many places for students are there in that space. But even then, and this goes back to what Dr. Mirza was saying, there are rooms that are dedicated spaces, like the wellness center, right? Library, ASB rooms. So even in that situation at your, especially at your middle schools and high schools, there are still rooms that are otherwise utilized that are factored out of this. So,
and that changes. I mean,
and
I remember the days of computer labs.
Right,
So
exactly, yeah.
It changes.
When we're looking at this again, like one of the questions I have is how will this change? There's increasing talk about mandatory TK and K, right, for the state of California. So what would that look like if now we have an increase in those, which are a lower ratio, right? So obviously we can't keep a site open hoping that the state mandates TK, but if that were to happen, we do need to have space suddenly now to accommodate all those littles.
Other than saying yes, you're right. We do have to accommodate that, and as we looked at a few slides ago, the projected increase in TKK, the reason that we're not worried right now for that is we're pre the school closure process, and that's what that process is designed to address. Like, if we were to close X number of schools, are we still positioned to be able to absorb that? And right now the answer is yes, for sure. The other thing to consider too is, and I want to go back to the slight, not disagreement, but it's a different analysis, right? These projections account for growth in both not the growth, they account for both birth rate and the residents, right? Our projections don't. And so the truth is going to be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, so if you recognize, if you average those out, you're losing about 250 students per year. That's where our budget was initially, but we're not actually seeing that happen. So this fiscal year we lost 330 students, so we had to update. So for budgeting purposes, we are projecting a 300 student decrease. We'll continue to monitor. I mean, the budget is like you have multiple iterations of the budget, it changes, right? And multiple points of checking how our enrollment is doing, and are we seeing an influx due to any new developments being built. So we're able to update it along the way, but currently right now as we stand, it's a decrease of 300 students per year until we see otherwise.
Thank you for that. And I'll just finish by saying the projections that are 4 or 5 years out, we would have two factors happening. So even if, and this is an if, even if our projections are off by, let's say, 75 to 100 and something kindergartners or TKers, right? At the same time, that bubble is also moving out of the upper grades, thereby most likely making room for those TKKs as the birth rates take effect and they enroll. So all of that is to say right now, we're certainly able to account for whatever that future growth is if it happens. If nothing else, even through school closures, because those larger classes that are matriculating through are leaving. So your overall class, not class size, but your overall school size still continues to condense, to shrink.
Yeah, my last slide was just, again, just some summary comments. I think a lot has already been mentioned. We need to monitor the TK enrollment because this is our first year, seeing what your participation rate is with all 4-year-olds eligible to attend. And then, of course, as I mentioned, our birth data only goes out so far, so we have to see where our birth trend's heading into the future. And then what's happening with the new housing projects. Again, there's can be a boom or bust in that environment. Things can all of a sudden pick up and a lot more get built than's being on the records right now. And then things can just all of a sudden halt. So we're going right down the middle of that road, and but we have to continue to monitor that. And then, but the key takeaway is, right, for at least for the next 2 years, we're looking at some continued heavy reductions.
I just wanted to thank you. I spent a ridiculous amount of time going through your slides because I'm completely geeked out and they were absolutely fascinating to me. truly a good chart and a good graph is a work of art. So thank you so much. These were all so clear, and I was able to extrapolate all kinds of interesting data out of there. So I really want to thank you for your time on that. It was incredibly valuable to me.
You know, you mentioned watching out for housing. It would be really helpful to see where that housing kind of, reticulates, if it's going to be out in the east, and if we're going to, expand our boundary. Those are kind of things that we got to continue to monitor. But I do appreciate you putting that there.
Yeah, I did all that. Said like this is a tremendous amount of information, and if you like to use the word geek out on numbers, like you can spend weeks and weeks and make different correlations, and so like all these charts are so very interesting, but it also makes you pay attention more to city and county politics too, because that plays a big role in how these numbers are going to change if that section of government changes. So I appreciate all the work that you guys put into this, because these numbers is very interesting to read and look at.
And the full report, the full demographic study is attached to, this is just the slides, yeah. Okay.
Okay, right, we could just keep looking.
I mean, I spent like a day and a half just on your slides. It was absolutely fascinating.
All right, does the board have any more questions? We do have a public comment. Yeah.
I did want to say that in our full report, it does show a map of where the housing is, and so you can see those individual projects. And yeah, the city developers and their planning department, and where they allow and where they promote projects, can have huge impacts on districts. I work with some districts where there's so much growth in one area, they're trying to decide if they're going to build a school even though their overall enrollment's declining. That's the most difficult position to be in, when you got growth in one area and decline in another. So yeah, watching those politics is a critical component.
Alrighty. Thank you so much. Public comment, please.
We did announce at the beginning that all public comment must be in before the agenda is called. This public comment card came in at slide 10, so it's at your discretion whether or not you'd like to use it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Christina Miller, give me 1 moment to bring up the timer. Come on up to the podium. You've got 3 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second warning. Your time is going to begin now.
Okay, sorry. Hi, y'all. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. You might remember me from last time. I didn't bring my son this time, but I had to make Taco Tuesday, so I couldn't get here earlier. Sorry. Okay, so I thought that Mr. Ken Reynolds' report was very fascinating. I agree. I'm a data person. I've worked in data previous to working for the school district, and so I was excited to hear what he had to say. And so I just wanted to ask for a couple of things. So number one, is there going to be a follow-up report, maybe instead of quantitative, maybe a little bit more qualitative, to maybe get a little bit more insight from families, maybe people that have just moved here just like myself, from a different county. It would be very curious for me to find out, why are people moving here that have children? And for me specifically, my family moved here because we heard about the school district having better schools than certain parts of the, Southern California. So I would like to know about that specifically, but not to be, all about me. I think what's really important is that we also think about doing like a survey and finding out those people that have just had children, what their plans are. How can we be proactive in our school district? How can we think of different ways and think outside of the box to encourage enrollment? Because last time I was here, I spoke about number 6. Sorry to bring it up again, but I think the reason why we need to focus on that is because if we focus on increasing enrollment as a priority, I think that maybe the focus and maybe the way that we're thinking about this and analysis would be a little bit different. I think that we would think more about what do families need? What would attract families, middle-class families even, to this area? Maybe if we had a survey for those families that are leaving to find out why are they leaving? You know, maybe a little survey question that says, you know, are any of these reasons why? Or, you know, another to find out more. What about the people that are leaving out of state? What is more desirable to them out of state? Let's talk about the after-school program, for instance. What do families like my family need? We need before and after school care. We need free programs and not programs that are going to start charging like we did in January for after school, for Ocean. So let's think about those things. And yeah, that's all.
Alrighty, thank you. Okay, thank you so much again for that presentation. We're going to go ahead and move on to action item A1, which is the request for approval of to delete board policy and administrative regulation. Dr. Castro. Sorry.
Thank you, President Forsyth. Our district, like districts around the state, are required to update this policy and related policies by March 1st. We're fortunately positioned well to make this change because, as you know, this has been a priority of the boards and staffs to make sure that we were ready for immigration enforcement updates. So substantively, there are very few changes from our previous policy, but I'm going to ask Anthony to share some of the things that stood out in these updates.
So what we've done is we've taken the Attorney General's guidance and also CSBA's guidance to update all policies with regarding to immigration enforcement. Attack would be the wrong word. It addresses student data, employee data, notifications if ICE comes onto campus, and also training. So we're also in discussions right now with classified staff, the classified staff department to train office managers, bus drivers, because there are some things in here that they are going to need to know and the process that needs to be followed. And as Dr. Gasser mentioned, we're ahead of the curve in that we put together a pretty extensive guidelines and checklists that we have already talked to principals about, office managers about, and this update just slightly tweaks it. But we still have some challenges, and the challenges are basically from a lack of clear guidance in the law as to what is a non-public space, what can school district employees do if the situation comes about that ICE does come onto campus. We are, because they will say one thing in the top of the statute, and at the bottom of the statute, it basically says we are not to impede, interfere, or obstruct. So it's a fine balance, and we're moving forward to make sure that our staff knows what they can and cannot do, and we're implementing the recommendations of the Attorney General and CSBA.
For the classified staff that this is intending to provide training for, well, I mean all staff, but specifically because we haven't always provided professional development that's paid during their day. So the training that we're offering for classified staff will be during their normal workday?
Right now it's scheduled for the office managers meetings that happens every quarter. More often than that. It's at those scheduled meetings, which is during their school day.
But you also mentioned bus drivers and
we'll go ahead and have a discussion with the transportation department to see when that would be available as well.
We have the first two trainings we have a principals meeting coming up next Monday, then followed by the office managers meeting. Between those two groups, we're going to ask their opinions about the best way to do that, because as you know, some of our classified staff balance multiple positions, and so some of them may be able to participate in these trainings during the day, others may not. And then I'll just defer to HR in terms of we have to also make sure that they're not being paid to do something during the day. I don't know if either one of you can comment in terms of you can be paid to do one thing, you can't be paid to do two things, right? So you can't get paid to, while they're supposed to be doing one job, be paid to do PD. So if you can comment.
So if they were outside of their contract time, then we can pay them additional time to be there. But if it's within their contract time, then they would be getting paid as part of their regular job.
Right. So I guess my question is just, I want to make sure that people are not being expected to be unpaid and attending a professional development, so they would be compensated.
Correct.
Okay.
And, one of the most important parts is, a school district always says that we got to follow lawful orders. But, right now, the training part is really important because there's several types of warrants. There's several types of things that if you present it, it's not lawful. So that's something that we can't follow when people think that just because they say it's one thing, they actually need to look at it to see that it's actually that document. So the training part is going to be very crucial for our employees to decipher what can be followed and what can't be followed. And I think that's, all throughout the state, that's what's going on, is trying to decipher what is that lawful order. Is it a judicial warrant? Is it an administrative warrant? There's so many different convoluted things that's going on that this is going to be really important for our school district to get this training right. So I fully 100% support it.
The good part about that is that we have samples in the handouts that we have provided back in 2018 as well as currently about what a judicial warrant looks like as opposed to an administrative or a judicial subpoena order or a administrative subpoena or order. So there are samples that they can look at, and also the checklist that we provide lets them know that if they're ever confronted and they don't know, they are to reach out to the superintendent's office or to my office to get guidance at that time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're being expansive with our training, because it's not just office managers that are, and bus drivers that are going to be facing this. It's our campus security. It's, a myriad. It's teachers who are doing our adjunct duty, watching kids come into school and leave school. So this needs to be an expansive training. And if the protocol is, if someone comes on campus and they say they have a judicial warrant, then the protocol is you contact your administrator immediately. Ad nauseum, we need to be very clear so that all staff feels prepared if in the event that something like this happens.
And that's exactly the protocol.
Yeah, we agree. That is the protocol. And again, in terms of training, because we've been a little bit ahead of this, that training is really very similar to how we would train any campus supervisor, right? We would tell a campus supervisor if in their professional judgment there was someone on campus who was not identifying themselves, not being responsive, they would always direct that person to the front office. They would probably keep visual contact with them. They would use their radio protocols. All those things they would do now. This is slightly different, but it's not different enough that we are retraining wholeheartedly. One of the things that we need to accomplish through this, and it takes multiple iterations, is to affirm that they are professionals, that they are tasked. We are giving them those directions to do, and even if it is somebody who identifies themselves or doesn't take the opportunity after being asked to identify themselves, they have the responsibility to implement that training, which again is some of the processes that I've already stated. That said, this goes back to why we are starting again with the principals and the office managers. Those are two groups that have a broad understanding of where there will be areas that they want some additional support, which is a group of us met with the Public Defender's Office. We are in the process of working with them to get some more nuanced training around decision-making and scenarios. But ultimately, I just want to go back to what Anthony said. The guidance itself is conflicting. It says you must do this, and then in other cases it says you cannot impede. And so that's just want to make sure that our staff is empowered to be able to make important split moment decisions when the time comes.
Another point I just wanted to bring up is it says in the document several times about the caregiver authorization affidavit, and I understand it is linked on our website and family resources. There is, it just was not quite clear. I had to kind of dig through in order to be able to find it. It's actually a document that says, for any families watching that might want to check this out, it's step-by-step family preparedness is the link that takes you to, I want to say it was like the Immigration Legal Resource Center. And then if you scroll down, the English version, it's on page 13. The Spanish version was on page 14, where it actually gives you the affidavit. And it would be lovely if we could have that more clear. If we're suggesting that we have this on our website, then it would be nice if it was clearly available to families.
It is part of the update in the board policies, and also the administrative regulations. That was one of the recommendations by the Attorney General, and we are going to be placing on each school website as well as the district website those resources. And also there's the Attorney General has what they call a Know Your Rights flyer or bulletin that will also be utilized as well.
Fabulous, thank you.
Do we know if the city, because like crossing guards are dual employees between us and the city, are they being trained by either the city or us? Because again, they're out in front of our schools, often greeting families as they're arriving, right? So we would just, I'm just thinking, even at times we have volunteers who help, get kids out to the buses at the end of the day, like at some of our elementary schools. We just want to make sure that those who are interfacing with families at that critical handoff or receipt of our students know what to be watching for and feel like they have the tools to address these situations if they arise.
It's a really good point. I'll reach out to the city manager to see where that nexus of connection is. But volunteers, other agencies that are on our campuses, those would be part of the outreach, but hadn't thought about the city employees, so we'll do that. Thank you.
Alrighty, the board have any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and entertain the motion to approve.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe? Thank you. Motion
Yes.
carries 5-0.
Alrighty, thank you. Moving on to, A2, request for approved proposed changes, deletions to board policy. First read.
Staff doesn't have anything more to add. These are the related policies that also needed to be amended for the discussion that we just had on the previous policy.
My only, it's not really a question. It's obviously, I don't want us to be in a position of handing out student or family information, but I do lament a little the student directory. Like, I think as we look to build stronger relationships with our families in terms of providing them the tools, I know PTA has talked a lot about bringing back parent and family directories, and this is going the opposite direction for a really good reason. But if there's a way for us to find a path forward so that we can have those connection points without putting our student data or family data at risk, I would love to see us figure that out. Maybe there's somebody around the state who's figured that out.
It's a point well taken, and one of my big to-dos is to meet with our PTAs. That can be one of the topics that we bring up.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is the request for consideration of revised course journalism. First read is that Dr. Baelish. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, President Forsythe. These next two items are related in that they are both requests to redesignate or to provide a course in our course catalog for journalism being an A to G B course, which is an English course, rather than a G course as an elective. So we have to maintain both kinds of journalism courses, the elective and arts course and the now, as proposed, an English-based course for reasons of credentialing, because credentialing at different sites, but nonetheless this is sort of a pilot initiative at Ventura High School to go through the process of submitting for A to G approval for a B credit, and that process is underway. And pending your approval, we can offer it next year to make it an English course. There are many colleges that where students benefit in applying to have a 5th year of English on their college application. So this is one of the mechanisms that could do that. Some students do it through dual enrollment, but it's really nice to have a 5th year English class on campus. And it would not preclude avoiding a standard English course, but it's a 5th year option. So really pleased that we're able to bring this forward as an expanded offering for our B credits in A to G. Happy to answer any questions, and I know Deidre's here as well, who knows more about this than I do. They can answer questions as well.
I do have a question for you. You're stating Ventura High School, but I assume any of our schools that could use this if they needed to?
That's correct. So at some schools, there might have to be a change in the teacher that teaches that class based on the credential, because it doesn't require this particular course for this particular kind of credit requires an English credential. Not all of our schools have English credentialed teachers teaching the course, but any that all could, and any that currently do could adopt this model of course.
I love that we're offering the honors class, because I know some of our kids stay in journalism for multiple years, and like if they're editor-in-chief or they're an editor of one of the sections, it's a lot of work and they put in a lot of effort, so it's great for them to get the bump.
Are there any other questions? Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now the request for consideration of revised course Advanced Journalism Honors.
Yeah, thank you. That my previous
Move approval.
comments apply to this one as well. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to C1, Ventura Unified School District, Ventura Education Support Professionals, VESPA, Ventura Education Association, VUEA, Memorandum for Understanding, MOU. Gina.
Thank you. Wanted to thank VUEA, VESPA, and Ed Services and our HR department. So as you know, many of our school schedules are based around some core requirements that we have to meet: instructional minutes, federal and state requirements, contract requirements for VESPA and VUEA. Sometimes there's some pieces that tie into school schedules for that, as well as transportation services, food and nutrition services, and with expansions of programs like Universal TK, as well as ELOP, some of those requirements for instructional minutes and schedules for elementary have changed. And so schedules that we had over time and over those changes in those state programs are no longer compliant with all of those factors. And so for that reason, we need to look to ensure that our schedules are compliant so that we don't incur any fines associated with not being compliant, and to ensure that we're meeting all of those. So it was quite an effort to go through and talk about geeking out on data. Much thanks to Karen Hoost, who spent a significant amount of time analyzing all 17 schedules. And all the nuances of each of the schedules. And so there is no schedule that is represented that isn't currently part of a schedule within Ventura Unified. So there's nothing that's completely new and different for Ventura Unified in the scheduling options that are being provided to school sites. So I want to be sure you all know that, as well as there is still flexibility for the sites to determine, what time does that morning recess happen? How are we going to schedule our lunch? How many minutes are we going to have in between each lunch schedule? So the model schedules that meet the compliance requirements don't delineate every single aspect of the schedule. There's still much of those internal workings of the schedules that are still up to the site's decision and discretion. And so pleased to present to the board for consideration of approval an MOU that was drafted with VESPA and VUEA that kind of outlines the parameters for voting that is tentatively scheduled for the week of March 9th. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions? We'll entertain a motion then.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to business services, award contract, J. Sarah Elementary roof replacement.
Yeah, good evening, board. We have Ryan Hughes here. At the request of the board, we brought back these items. The next 4 items are for the roof replacements. Right.
On last board meetings conversations, want to clarify any questions that you guys might have. But
So yeah, I received, I'm hoping we can take each one of these individually because I
Sure.
did receive some communication from
Atlas.
Atlas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently they had a leak that was significant enough that it caused damage to both district property as well as personal property.
Yes.
So I'm hoping we can have a discussion of each property separately so we can understand any leaks that they might currently be experiencing that might cause us to expedite these roofs.
And
Sure.
Ryan, before, so yes, we need to have separate conversations, so they're action items separately. And in doing so, let's just quickly note the order. So the first one is J. Sarah, and then you can look at the rest of the order. So yes, we can do it separately. Ryan, before we jump into the conversation about J. Sarah specifically, we didn't have the whole board last time we met, so if you can just back up a little bit and talk about the current roofs, why they would even be recommended for replacements.
Sure.
And then the projected lifespan, even though they have a particular rating, what that means, et cetera.
Sure. So as we continue to look at our district-wide program of doing roof replacements, this is our next batch or next phase that we recommend moving forward with for roof replacement. So we sat down with facilities, prioritized the worst condition to the best condition. Unfortunately, the district's roof as a whole, they're pretty much in failed state, including most of the roofs presented here. So when I say failed state, that means it's past its original warranty period, which is typically a 30-year warranty, and that's just a way for us to give an appropriate grade. So with that, there's also visual observations as well as doing some coring samples of what the underlayment is below the roof shingles or single ply. So we took that all into consideration and gave a life expectancy of each roof. So as we go down the list, I can give further detail on what we provided the life expectancy of these roofs. If you want, we can start with J. Sarah, or if there's any questions.
Yeah, we definitely need to start with J. Sarah.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So after last week's board meeting is good timing with the rains. We were able to observe and visit each one of these sites, including J. Sarah. We reached out to site administration and visually and physically walked each site. So J. Sarah, there was no current or active roof leaks that were observed. Right now, the roofs at J. Sarah are considered to be in a poor condition with a 3 to 5 year life expectancy. So there is obviously a lot of typical damage you would see on a 35-year roof. So all in all, we feel that, the assessment we just gave is pretty accurate.
You said 3 to 5 year life remaining? on the
Yes.
roof?
Yeah.
So you saw the meeting, I assume, but
Yeah.
I mean, my concern is these are expensive endeavors, and we are at the beginning of the school closure conversation.
Yes.
So personally, as long as there isn't imminent damage happening, I would like to see us wait for this, because we should know more by September. And
Yes.
then if we're like, okay, we're moving forward, maybe we could schedule it during well, probably not during the winter, but during the next summer.
Yeah, and that would be the program, is we just bump everything a year out. As discussed in previous board meetings, speaking with Marina, our new director of facilities, they would continue whatever repairs are needed in the meantime. Again, J. Sarah didn't experience any significant or minor leaks that we observed or staff relayed back to us.
Yeah, I would concur with, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to ask a question, and maybe you can concur with her, but my question would be, wouldn't we want to maintain these buildings anyway until we dispose of them? I mean, if we have roofs that are going to leak, just because we may close that school, it's going to lose value very quickly if it's full of water. So I don't understand why we'd want to wait.
Yeah, that is the discussion that we had last time while you were gone. And the concern was, if we don't know which schools are going to be closed. I actually brought that point, that these are important assets to the district and we should maintain them. However, in light of the fact that we don't know which schools will be closing, I would concur with Sabrina that perhaps this is one of the properties that we could hold back on.
And I think the conversation last time was we checked with the contractors to see if they could potentially, if we went out to rebid again the following summer after the school closure process is done, that they would be able to double up the following year because of the amount of bids.
Yeah, as Dr. Mirza just mentioned, for whatever reason, which is good, we get a lot of contractors bidding roofing, which is good. So speaking with Garland, our representative that supplies our materials, he has a close relationship with a lot of these guys. He feels, and I agree with him, that if we were to try to achieve 8 roofs next summer, we can do that. So you can see we're getting 7 to 8 bids per.
The question
per
I would
site.
ask, if we do that, do we have to rebid them?
Yes.
And so the potential, the cost could go up.
The potential for costs will go up. Speaking with Garland again, I just actually spoke with him this morning. We can expect to see about a 5 to 7% increase in materials, which is about what we're trending right now, year over year. And then prevailing wage rates, they never go down. Those always seem to increase every year. So, yeah, we would see probably a 7 to 10% increase in materials and a little bit in labor as well. It's a tough discussion.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, entertain a motion. There's one.
I'll move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, no second. So thank you. So the motion fails. Moving on to Mound Elementary. Roof replacement.
Okay, again, we did the same site walks and outreach to the site personnel. We did see some leaks in the admin office. We believe that some of those leaks were caused by the recent HVAC projects, so we're working with the contractor now to get those sealed. We did see leaks in K1 room. Speaking with the teacher and site administration there, that's been an existing leak for about 10 plus years. So this isn't something new. We also saw existing leaks in Portable 17. And if you guys are familiar with that Portable 17, I think it's a building built in the 20s. I think it's a science lab now. It's a very old building. So that was expected to see. Again, what we see a lot of is a significant damage to fascia for failed roof gutters that just rot the gutters and then rot the fascia behind it. Overall, we believe that the leaks are minor in nature that can be repaired. Again, we're working on some of those repairs now with the HVAC contractor.
So when we do a repair, can that also come out of the bond, or does that come out of our general facilities?
Typically, it
maintenance?
comes out of the general fund.
But the question was,
it's
can
either-
it come out of the bond, or can it only come out of the general facilities?
No, we wouldn't use bond funds to fund. That would be considered like routine maintenance upkeep, but you could use building funds to do that, and that wouldn't impact general fund.
I have a question about the gutters. When we
Yeah.
get the roofs replaced, do we do the gutters as well?
Yeah, that's part of the
Okay.
package, yes. Gutters and fascia and decking replacement, yeah.
So should we kind of reset this up where until we get the information from the school closure committee that it's only broad if there's a safety concern or something? Because to me, like we had this conversation before, and if, you know, I don't want to keep coming up on the agenda and all we keep doing is saying, you know, no, we've talked about this, we've talked about this. So should from now on, only if it's going to be replaced because it's a safety issue, and that's the reason why we're putting it on here before we get the information before the school closure committee?
Ryan, I can respond to that. That was actually the original spirit with which we brought this forward. We recognized the transition that the board was in, but we also had projected these projects to be done. But this is exactly why we're doing it, because we had felt that the board, based on the previous feedback that you've given us, you wanted to make sure that you were weighing the factors. So that's what this is. We will not be bringing anything forward that doesn't need to be brought forward, but this was, for staff, this was a question mark, because there is an issue of integrity of the broader issue in terms of the value of the buildings itself versus the relatively low risk for some of these sites in terms of damage versus the potential higher risk for others. So this is what we're doing. And you can anticipate that when we are in disagreement, I don't want to say disagreement, we're not in disagreement as a staff, but there's a question where we think the board will want to weigh in on this one way or the other. So that is why we are bringing these forward for exactly that reason. But we certainly will not be bringing projects that we know don't need to be done based on your previous recommendation.
Well, these projects were bid out prior to the revised bond implementation plan. So now that we got new direction from the board, I mean, we had to bring these forward because we just ended the bid.
Well, and last time the questions that we had were about whether or not there was actual damage occurring, right, currently. And Ryan was on vacation or something. So that was so we weren't able to get a straight answer. But so now that we have a straight answer, we know where,
for the
where
record,
we're at.
Ryan was sick. Yeah, he was
My foot is
something.
fine.
AKA vacation.
Yeah.
It's vacation.
I wish it was a vacation, but yeah.
All right. Is there any motion to approve?
I move to approve the roof at Mound.
Okay, do we have-
Is that, I guess my question is that because, so is this mound roof, is there a danger that we have to get this done because a safety issue is going to happen?
It has leaks in the admin building. Building 22 has existing minor roof leaks. K1 room has existing roof leaks in the corner of the building. Portable 17 has existing roof leak. Significant damage to fascia observed where the failed gutters were installed. Roofs are considered a failed condition with only 1 to 3 life-year expectancy.
But wasn't that the same as J. Sarah? Like, I'm trying to, I'm not.
J. Sarah, they said it did not have active leaks, and they expected a 3 to 5 year life expectancy left on that roof. But this one has active leaks and significant damage to fascia. So that, for me, becomes an issue of the asset that we need to protect.
But what I heard Ryan say is that we can do repairs to this roof without having to replace it.
Yeah, I guess that's was my confusion is because this right now we're going to vote on replacing, not repair. But I guess my question was, can it be repaired and we wait to get the information, or does it? If something has to be repaired and it's a safety issue where we say if we don't do this, something's going to happen, I'm 100% before replace it. But if we can repair it for $200,000 and save $750,000 by not replacing it until we get the information, I think that's beneficial. So my question is, when I want to vote on this, is if it's not a safety concern immediately, can we go to repair? Then that would mean denying it and going to repair, because this is approving to replace it completely.
Well, for me, it's not only just safety, it's protecting the asset, right? Sounds like our asset's not being protected well. In J. Sarah, there is no active leak, and there's about 3 to 5. So if, for whatever reason, we come up with a school closure, we understand what we're going to be doing, at least we have that buffer. We do not have that with Mound, it sounds like. We do not have that year to spare.
No, it sounds like we can repair it.
Well, and if I could just add too, I tried to fill in for Ryan in his absence. One of the things that I had shared last time was that, and Ryan, I'll give it to you from here.
Yeah.
That the recent rains gave us a better understanding of what could be repaired versus what couldn't be repaired. So Ryan, if you can just wind back the clock a little bit and talk about how challenging, if not impossible, it is, because we had this conversation too, that I knew this was going to come up, about like, how do you know if something can be repaired if it's not leaking?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious when things can't be repaired. It's a significant hole or water damage that is more than normal. Typically what we see is just stained roof tiles, and it's pretty easy to trace. And those are the leaks that we are experiencing at Mound right now. We can see the leaks coming through the roof. We can go on the roof itself and say, oh, this is the failure point. So we've identified those points at Mound. They are repairable and will not cost anywhere near $200,000 to repair. We recommend full replacement, but given this conversation, can it wait a year? Yes, yes. And I feel pretty confident saying if we make repairs now, we can wait a year.
So the fascia damage?
Yes.
That was noted, it has a 1 to 3 year life expectancy. So if we do a repair and it buys us a year, but then it's not a school that's closed and we bid it out, that's going to take us another year to get the repairs done, correct?
We would target next summer for these 4 schools if they're not approved tonight.
You also mentioned there was a leak for 10 years. What was that about? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
That's just
So there was a leak, a pervasive leak for 10 years that hasn't been repaired.
That's what the staff told us.
So why hasn't it been repaired?
I can't comment on that.
Can it be repaired?
That was.
He wasn't here.
Yeah.
Find out.
I don't. That's just what staff told us, and we're just relaying that information. How truthful it is, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we also get to the point it can be repaired, but will it be repaired, or will we continue to have significant problems with leaking and continued deterioration of the...
In some of these cases where we would help our facilities team follow through on these repairs if needed. Yeah, we already know the contractors involved, and working with the Garland rep, we can help facilitate that. It just would be funded by a different source. Specifically to the fascia, the gutter repairs, this has been an ongoing failure for a number of years. It's nothing new. It's the same kind of situation that we saw at Portola that was presented to you guys this past summer.
All righty. Any other questions? We do have a motion on the floor here.
Sorry for muddying the waters even further.
No, it's all your fault. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why we're having this conversation.
Yeah,
that's
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no second, then we'll go ahead and the motion has failed. Moving on to Sunset roof replacement.
Yeah, Sunset, again, same process. No current or active leaks were observed. Roofs are right now considered in a poor condition with a 3 to 5 year life expectancy. We did see some areas with significant fascia damage observed where failed gutters were installed. And that's where we're at. So it's, over the course of the last 5 years, there have been significant repairs made to Sunset's roof. Sunset has a metal decking roof, which is kind of not traditional for VUSDs. I think Portola is the only metal decking roof we have, so it's easier to repair, but it's past it's getting to its failure and life expectancy. So again, no leaks were observed, but it's getting to that point.
And how many years was that you give? 3 to 5, you said?
Yeah, it's 3 to 5 year life expectancy. So I'm reading through my notes right now. I think I wrote, copy and pasted something to you, which I shouldn't have. But yeah, it's in poor condition right now.
Sunset, no current or active roof leaks were
Yes.
observed. Roofs are considered in poor condition with a 3 to 5 year life expectancy. Significant damage to fascia observed where
Yes.
failed gutters are installed. Roofs are considered in a failed condition with 1 to 3 year life expectancy.
It's very similar to Mound, it sounds.
Yeah, just as a reminder, all of these roofs are on this list because they've reached a rating of being failed state.
Yeah.
Alrighty, any further questions? Does anybody have a motion? Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next, please. Atlas.
Okay, Atlas, we did experience and observe minor leaks in the admin office, as well as pretty significant leaks in Portable D. Portable D, we've known has been an issue. We made some repairs in December of 2025. Those repairs did help, but it just exposed other failure points in that portable. Same issue with the fascia, with fascia being at its failure point. Moving forward, if the board chooses, we can look at building D as a separate project since it is considered to be way past its failure point. So we can bid that out as a CUPCA project and handle that on a separate note while the rest of the campus is in better condition. So there are options moving forward with that portable that some of you board members received emails on.
If you did building D as a separate job, would the roof leak repairs in the admin office be repairable?
Yeah, those were observed and we were able to see the failure points. Or Portable D, it's a complete roofing failure. We made some pretty significant repairs in December to get us through this winter, and it did help, but it needs a lot of love.
Calvin?
So on the Atlas one, I would recommend seeing both side by side, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to spend, let's just say we replace part of it, right, and we spend $400,000 just to do one when the whole thing could be done for 1.4. Then you're kind of talking about a different analysis on that one, that if you're going to spend a certain amount of money to just do half the job, that you might be getting a better bang for your buck just doing the full job anyway. So sometimes you have to look at what the price is of just replacing that small, because sometimes as a percentage it goes up, right?
Yes.
So for something like this, I would like to see both. Is 1.4 to do everything that needs to be done? It could be $600,000 just to do that little piece, and then it doesn't make sense to spend the $600,000 just to do that little piece when for 30% more or whatever the percentage is more, you can do the whole thing. So like, I would like to see both of these side by sides before, we decide if we're not doing it or only doing one piece of it.
Just a clarifying question for Ryan. The last time we brought this forward, we said that we didn't have any time pressure to approve because the bids were good through. Can you give us that date again?
Typically, it's 90 days.
So that 90 days would take us to what day for this bid?
It would take us this, I I forget when it bid. It'd probably be May-ish. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
just off the
So-
top of my head, the problem where that lies, Calvin, is letting the contractor know if we're moving forward or not. And typically, we don't like to hold bids that long just because it's stringing out the contractor of work that he can be chasing at somewhere else, at another district. He might be counting on this as a $1.3 million project for him to perform and not getting work at other sites.
Along those lines, Ryan, where I was going with the question is, it feels like at this point, we would need to, if the board didn't take action today, we would then put out a new bid for 2 projects, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So if the board were not to take action today, then we would need to rebid the original project
Yep.
and the proposed amended project.
Yeah, we would just have what's called an ad alternate
Okay.
for that building being a separate project.
Okay.
And we can have those price comparisons for evaluation.
I'll move approval.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
No.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
No.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 3-2.
Alrighty, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, moving on to contracts exceeding to $25,000.
So with this, then, it would follow, we would want to scratch out or take out item number 1, 3, and 4. We don't want to buy the roofing supplies for the projects
right,
that are not going
right,
through.
correct.
Yeah.
Does the board have any questions?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, conference item B1, Local Control Accountability Plan, otherwise known as the LCAP. Mid-year report, Dr. Bayless.
Thank you very much, President Forsythe. It's my pleasure to bring forward the annual mid-year report as required by law. There is no required content for the mid-year report, so we're required to make a mid-year report. And so to make it as meaningful as possible, what we try to do is focus on during the year metrics that don't come to us once a year, like the CASP or AP test results or things like that. We have many, many metrics on our LCAP, but we decided to talk about our 2 most important secondary and elementary progress monitoring metrics. And so Deidre Manar is our Director of Secondary, and our Director of Educational Services, Karen Hoost, will largely be driving this, but I just wanted to, again, emphasize what we'll try to do tonight is focus on 2 things, not at all the only things, but and maybe not the most important. I would argue that they're probably our best mid-year indicators for how we're doing with our academic performance. So critical for us to monitor, and that we'll try to talk about some of the expenses in the LCAP along the way that we think are having an impact in these areas. And this was just my last comment before I introduce. I think Karen will go first. I can't actually remember. You can go to the next slide, Marianne. I think, oh, thank you. Now I forgot what I wanted to tell you. We had our LCAP meeting, our most recent LCAP meeting last week, where we went over these items and got really good feedback from the fantastic attendees. So I know that you attended, Trustee Fredericks, so thank you for being there and for being a part of that. So Karen,
all right,
take it away.
All right. All right, so we're going to look at elementary MAP, measures of academic progress. Oh, sorry. That is going to look at literacy and math that's given 3 times a year. That's very sweet. Thank you, Marina. But I also couldn't resist, because it's exciting and we're having fun with it. I snuck in some Amira for you. So Amira is our, this is the first year we're doing our screener for at-risk of reading difficulties. And we went with Amira so that we could give it more than one time per year and remove some of the other assessments that we were doing at the K2 level.
Karen, I'm sorry to interrupt already.
Yeah.
The board is aware of why we've had to do this in the recent year, but for the general public, why are we doing Amira? What is
Why
the
are we
purpose?
doing Amira?
Why is this a new
Ed
practice
Code
for
was
us?
passed that we must screen all kindergarten through second grade students for being at risk of reading difficulties. The state put forth 4 options for districts to choose from. We piloted them last year and chose Amira in part because we could give it more than once. And so by giving it more than once, we were able to use it for progress monitoring and then replace some of the testing that we were doing with that age group, so it didn't feel like an add-on, right? It was replacing some of it. So it looks at a variety of factors in reading development, phonemic awareness, letter-sound correspondence, vocabulary, meaning making, and it generates different scores, a couple of different scores, but one of them is looking at kind of overall reading readiness or overall reading achievement, and that's what you see in front of you. On the left side of that, the 2 columns on the left are English beginning of the year and English middle of the year. And it's the growth percentile from when they took it in the fall to when they took it in January. So you can see you want more green, right? It's done in percentiles. And then Spanish are the next 2 columns there for kindergarten. We see our beginning of the year and our middle of the year. Spanish is by far a more transparent language than English. Not that fewer students may have risks of reading, but the impact of it is less in Spanish than it is in English. This is our first grade. You can see from fall to winter in English and in Spanish. So we see quite a bit of movement from fall to winter of students improving in their reading abilities, which is exciting. And this is our second grade. Another reason we chose the screener that you could give more than once was to give practice. That first time out that you take it when you're still getting used to how it feels and helping us troubleshoot all the different things that come up with the new assessment.
Karen, I'm curious, do you guys have any thoughts on why the sort of Spanish language advantage evaporates after kindergarten? You know, in kindergarten, you see that like it's almost
Quite a
all
bit.
green for the Spanish speakers,
Right.
right? And then in first grade, it's like half or, less. And then by second grade, it's significantly less. I'm just curious because I know, like linguistically, is there a reason why we're not seeing that advantage of a phonetic language, staying through?
I mean,
and
I
it's
could-
okay if you don't.
I
have
could,
the
I
answer.
could guess. I could have, conversation over tea or something and guess and come up with some ideas. But one thing I would say is that initially the letter sound correspondence is 1 for 1. You kind of either get it or you don't, right? And then as you build into blending and longer words and prosody and meaning making and vocabulary, more things are going to come into it. So that's my guess for right now. All right, so that's our K through 2 Amira, our kind of first dip in the pool with that this year.
I just have one quick question
Yeah.
before you move on. So, what do we use this data for? So
We're-
how are we targeting those kiddos who are in the red?
So the kiddos that are in the red, there's a lot of different things that we'll get to kind of on the last slide, but basically what it's doing is it is driving, one of the major factors for that age group is driving our intervention program, our systematic Tier 2 intervention program with our intervention teachers. Any student scoring in the red is looked at for intervention, both within the classroom and then without, right? For small groups within and then a pullout. And then their correspondence in the upper grades is also the lowest percentile, the 20th percentile. So those kids are looked at, I'll talk about it in a later slide, but there's a data wall that puts all the data up for all the kids in all the school at each site. And any kid in the red is looked at and considered for intervention because not every kid is a great test taker. So sometimes when you go and look at their classwork and you talk to their teacher, you say, oh, so-and-so wasn't feeling their best self the day they took the test, but every kid is looked at. Okay, so this is our map, kind of overall. The top is language arts reading. This is projected versus observed normed growth for map reading and math for winter 2024-25 to winter 25-26. So when you look at those cohorts, the orange would be the projected growth, and then the blue would be the growth that we made. And I have a little fish for you in a fishbowl there just to kind of illustrate that you want the orange to swim in the blue. The further down the orange is, the better we're doing. So you can see there's lots of orange down deep in there, not as deep in there, and maybe for some of the math. One thing I'm sure you're looking at is that jump from 5th to 6th grade in language arts. The test shifts considerably at that time. It asks the students for more evidence-based reasoning. The structures shift, the sentence, the language shifts up, and we saw the same thing last year. In fact, last year, the growth was negative.
And Karen, I just want to take this opportunity to note that we only map test for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in our TK8 schools.
In our TK8, yeah.
As a commitment to, for the continuity within the school, and given the expense of map testing, we didn't transfer it over to our comprehensive sites.
So those numbers are much smaller as well, as opposed to district-wide. But knowing that that 6th grade score was actually lower down last year, you can see that they rebounded in 7th grade and they're same kids doing much better. But it's just sort of an anomaly that you see across map testing, that it dips down from 5th to 6th. So we have data looking at it two different ways. This is the same cohort year to year. So this is the entire district looking at the same kids, how are they doing last year as to how they're doing this year. We have achievement on the bottom and then growth across the top. Okay, another way to look at this is the same data broken down by grade level. So this shows for growth English reading, same cohort year to year. So obviously we can't do growth for K, right? Because they didn't have last year's scores. But when you get to 1st grade there, you see that the median score for 1st grade right now in 25-26 is at the 60th percentile. Those same kids last year in kindergarten were scoring at the 54th percentile. That's how to read that graph. And then on the edge there, you can see their median growth. So our 1st graders are at a 51st percentile in their growth. And you can see that down. Again, that's comparing the same kids last year to this year. This is another way to look at that data. This is the same kids from fall to winter, right? How are they doing this year, boots on the ground, real time in the classroom? So you can see their achievement percentile in fall on the bottom, their achievement percentile this winter, and then their growth. So VUSD as a whole is in the 54th percentile growth for our reading. And this is another way to look at it again. This is the same kids, same classroom, fall to winter. And then we can see the median growth and the number of students tested, just to give you kind of an idea. So there's some nice movement in the right direction in our language arts scores. Our Spanish reading, unfortunately, MAP is not normed in the same way for Spanish reading. So we don't get the same type of scores that we would for English. We have some, a way of looking at it up here is to see the percentage of students at the 40th percentile or above, which is considered low average in the winter of 24-25 and then winter of 25-26. MAP testing for grades 3, 4, and 5 at the DLI schools is all in English in the winter, so we don't have that comparison there for that. There's other scores are being looked at for Spanish, but the MAP scores are in English. Then we look at math. Again, it's the same breakdown. This is the same cohort year to year, right? So we're following kids from one year to the next. We see the achievement percentiles at the bottom and the growth across the top. This looks at it, the same kids year to year. Again, so the 1st graders scoring in the 55th percentile this year, were kindergartners last year scoring in the 57th percentile. And then you see the growth over on the far right. This one follows the kids in their classes this year from fall to winter. We see their achievement in the fall, their achievement in the winter, and then their median growth. And then this is following those kids from fall to winter by grade level. That is a little bit better than comparing year to year. I'd like to think that it's the PD that we're doing around the new math framework and all of the discussions we're having in grade collaborations. This is definitely an area for improvement. Okay, so your question was, how is this data being used, right? What initiatives? So in elementary, the initiatives that are being guided by this data for language arts, which is our early literacy goal, district-wide literacy intervention protocols. As you know, we have dedicated intervention teachers at each site. And those intervention teachers collaborate and work with our TOSAs to have very defined entry and exit criteria. So any student scoring in that lower percentile for AMIRA or for MAP is considered for intervention, right? Various data points are looked at. They go into the structured literacy intervention using the curriculums that people have been trained on, using the California Reading and Literature Project routines that everyone has been trained on. And something new this year that we're doing, a lot of the intervention teachers, of course, have been keeping data and sharing it with teachers and principals. But this year, we're doing at every site an entire school data wall that takes the data from AMIRA, from MAP, from classroom assessments, and puts it all on a spreadsheet that principals can look at, TOSAs look at, intervention, classroom teachers. And it's enabled us to do some really neat things to cross-reference reclassification rates and see which students are not making progress, and then to dive in and verify that they're all receiving intervention. And we were able to celebrate some sites and help some others along just to make sure that every student who needed intervention is receiving it. We've invested in California Reading and Literature Project, as you know, the CRLP. All intervention teachers, all K through 2 teachers have been trained in their routines. Most 3 through 5 teachers have been trained in their routines. And this year, as we've built capacity, we've shifted to focus on what we're calling site-based literacy leads. Every site has a teacher who is dedicated to building capacity around literacy instruction, modeling in the classroom, extended PD, and kind of being that liaison between the initiative to take back to the site and work with classroom teachers. And I'm excited about that because it's kind of reduced the cost of CRLP as we shift the capacity to our own staff. Sunday phonics instruction has been really exciting. It's been growing in the district over several years. Started out all of our RSP classrooms, some of our sites, lower grades, to where now it's grown and grown and grown. More of our DL sites are doing it. Our upper grades are doing it. 2 sites have gone all Sunday. It's really exciting. J. Sarah and Poinsettia have both done it. And let me make sure I get this number right. But Poinsettia had a 28-point increase on their dashboard, and J. Sarah had a 23-point increase on their dashboard. And those are the 2 sites that have gone all Sunday across the entire district, across the entire site. So that's really exciting, and we have sites asking to do more Sunday. We did a PD with them at January, and we're actually doing a little project with Sunday where they're reviewing all the data and usage reports to let us know what types of programs are being most effective, how many times a week, that type of thing in the classrooms. And we are negotiating with them to hopefully get licenses for all classrooms district-wide.
Could you explain what Sunday is? I mean,
Sunday,
I'm trained in it, but it is an expense, but it's important to know what it is.
It is a structured phonics program. It's very, about 15 minutes a day. It's very user-friendly. You put it up. It's very structured. You teach the sound. You teach the skill. The children repeat. It's multisensory. It's Orton Gillingham aligned to help students with reading difficulties. And then there's mastery tests and formative checks during, so a teacher's able to easily spot which students are not quite on track and then pull them into a small group afterwards. And it's paired with what we're doing in intervention and RSP, which is the intervention component. There's a classroom component, and then they can get a double dose if they're pulled for intervention or an RSP.
Okay, so RSP is using it, and then they pull for, okay.
All
that's
of our
fantastic.
RSP is using it, all of our intervention is using it already, and now it's growing in the classroom. And it's kind of, it's neat to see because I think K through 2 teachers think of themselves as reading teachers for sure, but 3, 4, 5 don't always have that background in teaching that sort of foundational skill phonics, and they're really seeing great results and having, it's growing in popularity. We can't keep up. We're being asked for more licenses than we have, which is a good problem to have.
Good to hear.
And then the other piece that we're looking at that's played into this data is our Lexia English language development software that we're using that is based off ELD standards and focused on our English learners. Any newcomer, any long-term English learner, or anyone who's repeatedly gotten a score of 1 on their LPAC over a few years' time is being offered Lexia, and we have Lexia leads at the site to make sure that we're maximizing that platform for those kids. We've also done decodable readers, Just Right, Dynamite, different sites. Title I got Just Right, not Title I got Dynamite readers. The Title I sites got books sent home with the child 3 to 5 times a year, 3 times last year, 3 times last year, 4 times this year, and just to build up classroom libraries as well. You will notice that the math data was not as strong as the language arts, and great news, we're in the middle of a math curriculum adoption, getting some PD, super dedicated group of teachers who started the first pilot last week.
And I just want to take the opportunity, 2 things. We're going to bring the math curriculum adoption process back to you prior to it being finalized, of course, to bring you in on that, and we'll have some of our adoption committee members come and speak, presumably, Karen. But I also just wanted to remind the public and the board that we authorized this adoption amidst our current budget circumstances because the curriculum was ending. The publisher was ending it, and also their ability to put together year by year curriculum for us by piecing together whatever they had in the warehouse. They couldn't say that they could guarantee that we would have full access to all the consumables, and also the cost of year-to-year licenses exceeds the cost of an adoption. So this adoption is good for us to move forward as we need to, clearly from this data in math, but also it's the more financially responsible option.
I have a couple of questions, Karen, on that side. So first, with the literacy intervention teachers, how many, I know we have 1 intervention teacher at all of our elementary schools. How many students are they seeing during a typical week?
So we have guidelines for that, for how it's all structured, right? Entry, exit criteria. There's a few different formats they can go, but typically it's about 8 groups a day and about 4 to 6, depending on whether the site's doing a 30-minute group, a 40-minute group, right? It can look different that way, but about 8 groups a day of 4 to 6 kids in each group.
So when we have such a variety of sizes of our site, do they have additional resources for intervention if they're a bigger school?
The base intervention teacher is varied by that. Yeah, that does correspond to that. And then many of the principals have written LCAP proposals to augment that intervention as well.
And you can also add on the after-school tutoring that exists at some sites and the ELOP connection as well.
Mm-hmm.
Too polite. Okay, so I have some questions about Lexia. So how is that, if I heard you correctly, this is used for kiddos who have not advanced in their ELD?
It's an extra layer of English language development support in addition to like designated ELD from the teacher in the classroom. It's a platform written on ELD standards. So the students are actually speaking English and listening and reading and, keyboarding, writing And then the data goes back to the teacher, and you can open it up and you can see which ELD skills that child needs to work on, and then it's paired with suggestions and groupings and small group lessons that they can do in the classroom.
So the students would do Lexia then on their own, and then the teachers would do small groups based on the feedback. Okay, thank you.
For the leads that we're doing, how does that, do people self-identify? Are they compensated for their, like, how does that work as an additional responsibility?
They volunteered because they're passionate about literacy. We asked principals to, to work with their site to designate someone who had been trained, obviously, right, who'd completed the training, was passionate, all that kind of stuff. And then we are paying them hourly to attend some extra PD monthly sessions with California Reading and Literature Project. And then there's also a few sub days where they're working together to observe each other teaching, offer feedback, refine their own practices, and then take it back to their classrooms. And then at the site level, we're still kind of talking about what it might look like long term, whether part of it might be an adjunct duty, part of it might be after school hourly pay. That's not completely solidified yet.
And did I hear you say that you just started the pilot program for the math adoption?
Last week. We started we started the pilot after break, but you look at it, you choose it, those pieces. The actual teaching of the first curriculum started last week.
So how many, I don't want to digress too far into the math curriculum, but how many programs are you piloting?
2.
And so what time frame will the teachers who are piloting it be? So, is it just like 2 months of each program? Or?
It's 5 to 6 weeks, depending on how the units were structured, because we needed to provide the opportunity to teach a unit and then assess it, right?
Just doing one unit.
If memory serves, there weren't that many options, right? We're only having 2 because there weren't very many curricular options.
There were a lot of curricular options, actually. There were more than there have been, but the group narrowed it down to 2, right? Because it takes time to teach them, and we're kind of in a little bit of a constraint.
And maybe just as a summary, I want to tie it back to the LCAP. You can see these platforms, the release time, the training, the CRP, all of those are LCAP expenses tied to primarily goals 1 and 4. Our academic achievement goal 1, and goal 4, our literacy goal. So, moving on to secondary. Okay, Deidre, take it away.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all. Welcome to secondary DF rates, a metric that is slightly different than MAP growth, but equally as important in secondary schools. I'd like to just give a shout out to LCAP committee one more time. We had some really rich conversations around this data, and particularly having the students in the room give their perspectives on grades is always a valuable conversation. So shout out to Henry and Olive, who were at my table. So our conversation initially started about what are grades for in secondary? What's the value? What do they mean to families, our students, our teachers, our principals? So we know that in 6th through 12th grade, our students have letter grades as opposed to elementary school. And these letter grades, A, B, C, D, F, tend to predict how successful our students will be as they move along. A D and F signals a warning to our students, to our families, to our teachers that there's some gaps and students are struggling with something. And as students get older, those D and F rates tend to be strongly correlated to our graduation rate. As we know, we are very proud of our increase recently, and so that 95.2% is directly connected to some of this data. We pulled out some data, not all data, to highlight for you all in our public. Some of the noteworthy data, starting with middle schools. We've had many, many years of data, more than 3 years, but for this slide, we looked at over 3 years for our middle schools. 3 out of 4 had a significant improvement from our DF rates. So again, Anacapa going from a 30% DF rate to a 21% is significant. And all of this data is pulled from semester 1. It's sort of hidden behind the table in this slide, but it's all semester 1 or quarter 2 data that we pull for DF rates for some clarity. This chart has a lot of information on it. So just, it again is our comprehensive middle schools, Anacapa, Balboa, Cabrillo, and Data Middle School. The first 2 columns next to the school are single, like a 1 D or F. So it could be in any subject, it's just 1 D or F. But for our conversation tonight, let's look at the far 2 columns, multiple DFs, where the bright yellow is. When a student has 1 D or F, that's a red flag, but we can pretty much manage that in most cases and help that student. But multiple D or Fs say something a little bit different. And so what's notable here is to see the big change from 6th to 7th grade in particular. So our 6th graders come in, middle school is a brand new place, and some would think, that would be probably more D or Fs given the change in structure, 6 periods a day, but really what we're seeing is the big dip in 7th grade. So that's interesting information. So if we just look at Anacapa for now, if you look at the cohort 24-25, so that we look at the same students like Karen was showing in MAP. If we look at 24-25 multiple DFs in Anacapa, there were 11% of the students in 6th grade. The following year, which is now 25-26, those same students jumped from 11% to 30%. That's significant. We don't really have the alternative settings here. They do MAP testing, so we look at that data, and they're really small populations. And it's pretty consistent amongst the schools. There are a couple differences in a few of the years and a few of the schools, but overall, there's a significant change between 6th and 7th grade. All right. Similar to 7th grade, we see a change in 9th and 10th grade. Now, this is another transition into high school. It's another big jump from 8th grade to 9th grade. And so you'll see that we have higher DF rates in 9th and 10th grade than we do in 11th and 12th grade. That's not great that our 9th and 10th graders, but it is good that our 11th and 12th graders are decreasing as they get closer to graduation. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what we do with our 7th and our 6th through 8th graders and our 9th and 10th graders specifically as far as intervention goes in a few minutes.
Deidre?
Yes.
So as we're looking at this is semester 1, quarter 2, final grade.
Yes.
So for these kids, we're looking at having to take that course over or somehow get back on track.
Absolutely. So this is a transcript grade, and high school credits are attached to it. So a failing a class means you did not earn those credits towards graduation. So students have the opportunity to make it up in summer school. But I'll be talking a little bit more about our credit recovery programs that we have at all of our high schools as well. But initially, 9th graders, if they fail a class or 2, summer school is an easy option for them. It's when we get into 11th grade and there's multiple courses that we have to make up, that's where it gets a little bit trickier.
And I guess I'm wondering, as we're going through the semester, is there a period of time where we're triggering a parent contact, right? Or a sit down Because
So-
once it's on your transcript, it's too late, right? Like you have to take it over or do something kind of dramatic. And yet, are we trying to figure out something, before it gets to that point?
Yeah, that's a great question. I want to speak to that really quickly. So by law, before a final failing grade is issued, there has to be a formal alert to the parent. And that the minimum level of that would be a progress report grade of an F or a D, sort of in danger of failing. But we need far more than that. We need systematic outreach to parents. I did talk about this last year when we moved to Aries, and it's something that I think we need to leverage more, is that we can set up automatic weekly reports to parents. That's at the teacher and parent coordination discretion. But we have absolutely room to grow in this area, because I don't think our level of communication between school and secondary, between school and home, with respect to grades is sufficient. Now, we have made some improvements with the adoption of Canvas. That's another paid-for platform paid for by LCAP. So one of maybe the few benefits of COVID brought us was Canvas, where parents had a window into what their children were doing. And so Canvas is still widely implemented in secondary, so there is better tracking and communication about what's actually happening. However, I still think we can do far better here. So I just wanted to offer those two perspectives on this.
Do we offer conference days?
So middle school conferences?
Yeah, middle school has conferences.
Yeah, middle school still has conferences.
And high school does not.
And you can have a conference.
Right.
It's just by schedule. We don't have conference days in high school like we do in middle schools.
Okay.
But the conference schedule at middle school is truly an important part of the intervention process, as is our SSTs. So students who trigger these warnings with Ds and Fs are often identified through the intervention process and our SST process for interventions. It could be an LCAP tutoring program that's before school, after school, at lunch. Several of our schools have those. It could be, there are sections in middle school master schedules and high school master schedules that are paid for out of LCAP specifically for intervention. So a student might go into a math intervention class. So I'll just use NACAP as an example. They have 2 periods of math intervention. So they typically will still stay in their core class, and then for a quarter, they might leave their elective to go get some of that skill building and fill in those gaps, and then they go back to their elective ideally at the next quarter.
Yeah, and this is a good time to talk about the challenges in middle school, specifically relative to high school, where there's not a 7-period day. There's far fewer levers that you have. You don't have required GPA minimums for sports. You don't have graduation and credits. Middle school is not just a VUSD problem, but a long-standing middle school problem where you just have very few levers academically for students and ability to intervene relative to elementary and high school. So it's an area of growth for us. We have some nice pilot programs happening, actually both at middle school and high school, but I just wanted to confess that pain point for us.
I have a question related to the 11th and 12th grade. Have you filtered out those kids that have moved on to alternative education? I mean, the data could be misleading if we haven't somehow looked at those kids as well.
Right. So this is pulled out at semester 1. A lot of those students will leave traditional comprehensive schools after that. So this is semester 1 data. So did I answer that, Dr. Dannenberg? So if I'm a junior.
But
yeah.
A lot of them may leave at the 10th grade level because they're already starting to get credit deficient. That's my point.
Currently, there's 16 when they leave to go to Pacific High School. So that's second semester, 10th grade at the earliest for most students. And then 11th grade, first semester is when we get a big wave of students after 10th grade. And then second semester, we get the next wave over at Pacific High School. So could this have some of those students in there? Absolutely. I was going to say something about, intervention at middle school before I move on. We've seen some exciting success with IXL, which we'll be presenting on later. but our middle school are our highest end users for IXL, and we're seeing some good skill practice coming out of there. Some of our teachers are becoming more comfortable and confident in the program, doing more small groups. So more to come on that.
And again, IXL is an LCAP expense.
Okay. So we are seeing some improvements. It's not all doom and gloom with DNF rates. We are focused on improvement in high school. Buena's specifically having some great gains, 11 percentage points down in 2 years from at least one DNF, and 6.5% change improvement from multiple DFs. So well done, Buena Bulldogs. Middle school, a couple big wins here. Anna Kappa, a big improvement from almost 43%. They did rebound, but overall, they rebounded last year, but overall it still is an improvement. De Anza, again, one DNF down to 41%, 7.7% improvement. And we look at Sunset, although their MAP data is the more prevalent data. Even our small schools, we look at some DNF rates. This table, I actually switched it around for LCAP and forgot to switch it back in this one. So you might want to read it from right to left. But if some correlation here to credit deficiency. In ninth grade, if you look, Buena's at the top. Sorry, Buena, I keep picking on you. But ninth grade multiple DFs in 22-23, we had 23% of our ninth graders with multiple D or Fs. The next year, it bumps up a little bit. 10th grade, they're a little bit higher, 36%. See a dip in 11th grade, and then and then we see now as seniors, 18% of our students are credit deficient. And just for clarity, that could be one class credit deficient, or it could be multiple classes. I mean, it could be 5 credits, or it could be 15 or 20 credits. So there's a range, and we don't have that data outlined.
And and Deidre, you can speak to this really well as the former principal at Pacific High School. We are seeing decreases in credit deficiency rates, and the best metric of that probably is our decreased enrollment at Pacific High School recently. So I know we don't have that long-term data. We looked at it with areas in Q, and with that transition, it was a little hard to grab. But we are seeing some significant improvements in our credit deficiency rates.
I mean, Pacific High School ballooned after the pandemic, and now we're starting to see a steady decrease. And I will say, a lot of that isn't just to the pandemic being over, but our comprehensive high schools have stepped up their credit recovery practices significantly. The LCAP does pay for several sections for students to take credit recovery during the school day, so they don't have to be, in 6 periods and then stay a 7th period for credit recovery. It's built in as one of their periods. Also, Ventura High School has an after-school assets program that houses an extra credit recovery section. So thank you to our ELOP and after-school program at Ventura High School. And VACE has been an excellent partner, especially as we get closer to graduation. We have the Ticket to Walk. So students who are still shy, 5 to 10 credits on the last day of school, they get to walk in graduation with the promise that they're going to finish those at VACE, and we have a great success rate with the VACE staff and Ticket to Walk program.
And board, I just wanted to also highlight the fact that during the school day credit recovery that the LCAP pays for, that was not in Ventura Unified prior to about 5 years ago. That was brought on as a result of the significant increase we had in credit deficiency in COVID. It's become industry standard, and so we have kept it because we're just having so much success with it, and I think that our graduation rates bear that out. And I mentioned this at the LCAP meeting. We certainly do not want a system that has a high DNF rate, but then a great grad rate, because we just are churning through credit recovery. That's absolutely not the goal. So hopefully what you're seeing is we are decreasing both. We're decreasing our credit deficiency rates, we're decreasing our DNF rates, and we're improving our grad rates. So those are important metrics that should go together.
So does this trigger, like say if this was, you took out all these numbers and you only had math, and in 9th grade they took a certain level of math, and then they go to 10th grade, and you might does that student continue on in that same level, or does this trigger, well, maybe it needs to be a different level so that you can understand what you didn't understand in 9th grade?
Right. So I'll just add.
Well, is my mic working? Okay.
Yeah. So before I answer that, Mr. Calvin, we do have some intervention classes. So 8th graders who are struggling in math don't just jump into like Math 1 necessarily. We do have an intervention class in 9th grade called Math 1 Readiness, and that's one of our LCAP paid sections in all of our high schools. So there is that intervention as well. But no, in math specifically, students have to achieve some level of proficiency. We use the grade of a C usually. A student can pass with a D and still move on, but it's not always recommended. Counselors and administrators will meet with that student and that family to talk about the pros and cons of moving from Math 1 with a D into Math 2. That would be, you're starting, at a deficit a little bit. So we will have students retake classes like Math 1 until they show some proficiency. And they can do that in summer school, or they can do that in credit recovery, but more often than not, as a 9th grader, they'll take it again in 10th grade if they didn't take it in summer school.
Shannon, you had a question?
But they wouldn't go into Math 2 or 3 without being proficient in the previous math. Did that answer your question, Mr. Peterson? Yeah.
So if I could jump in here, I wanted to address, at the LCAP meeting, there was quite a bit of attention to the 112 seniors not on track at Ventura High. I was wondering if you would address that.
So, sure. 33% of current seniors are showing in Aries on February 17th that they are short credits for graduation as of today, or as of that day. So students are actively in credit recovery classes, and that includes concurrent enrollment at adult ed as well. So if they can't fit a credit recovery in their class, a lot of our students do take a class with adult education. So they are actively working on those students, and I don't have the data in front of me, but the graduation, we weren't too far away from this data last year. This is fairly typical for this time of year, and our seniors kick it in the gear. When they need
that was going to be my other question, is how does this compare to years past if you had that data? Because, I mean, that scared a lot of us in the room to see that number.
And the students, it becomes real for our especially our seniors. Pacific High School will still take students right now, and do. I know a couple just transferred in the last placement, so they are still actively taking students to get them. A lot of students hesitate to transfer. They want to stay at their home school for a lot of reasons, beyond academics. So they sometimes wait a little too long before they transfer, and so that could be some of that.
And Deidre and board, in our experience, it's hard to quantify, but I'm going to venture a majority of those students have a semester credit deficit. We're not talking about a whole year of a course, so remember we do credits by semester. So if they failed semester 1 of English 12, they can pass English 12 semester 2, and they just have to along the way make up in credit recovery that single semester, and or they have that ticket to walk where they can make up that single semester course right after graduation and still be counted as a graduate.
And credit recovery classes are online. So it's not necessarily direct instruction. They do have a teacher there supporting them, but they take them home essentially, and they can work on the weekends and holidays and things like that. So our seniors, again, do kick it in when it counts, sometimes a little late in the game, but we do get the majority across the finish line. Sometimes in their boundary school where they started, sometimes at Pacific, sometimes at VASE. Okay. So DNF rates are connected quite closely to our graduation rates. They are important indicators starting as early as in middle school. Students struggling in middle school and who continue to struggle tend to struggle in high school. We are currently, and you may have heard some of this conversation, but our middle and high schools are working towards systematizing professional learning communities. We had 3 early formal adopters, 1 middle school and 2 high schools, and last year we brought several more schools on board, and our Ed Services teams are working closely with those schools to strengthen those structures and truly build grade level PLTs, professional learning teams within the PLC. And we are going to systematize that again a little bit more, much like our elementary peers have done. Secondary is seeing a lot of their success and is going to be, jumping on board with some of that similar collaborative style of work. So we look forward to doing more grade level collaboratives, and also articulation, particularly between 6th and 7th grade, since of those dips, the 8th to 9th collaborations next year, so more to come on our PLC growth and plans there.
Deidre, I wanted to take a moment to emphasize why we spend so much money and so much emphasis on these professional learning communities, these groups where teachers get together and collaborate. It's because by the research, it's the #1 thing that has an impact on student learning is when teachers get together and they have group efficacy, they believe they can make an impact, they decide together that we can make a difference, we decide what needs to be taught, how do we measure it, what do we do when students don't learn, and that's what this PLC, PLT movement is all about. It's not new, it's been around a long time, heavily researched, those of you who are educators know that. So we are really putting our foot on the gas pedal on that because it is fundamentally the #1 variable that we can introduce to influence academic achievement positively. So thank you for all your work on that, Deidre.
We're really excited about unifying these processes across all of our secondary teams. Okay. I think we said all of this already, but I don't want to be redundant. But while DNF rates don't show up on our dashboard, we have other data that shows up on our dashboard, and DNF rates are correlated to a lot of that data to attendance rates. As an example, when you're not in school, it's harder to pass your class in secondary. You're missing a lot of information, a lot of work, and so a lot of connectedness to the dashboard with DNF rates, even though it's not a direct data point on the dashboard. Just some of the things we're focused on. Balboa had an interesting 8th grade phenomena. Over half of their students at semester 1, 8th grade, had at least 1 D or F, which is significantly above the 7th grade at 35%. Cabrillo climbed to 32% after an improvement last year for 1 D or F. So just, again, worth monitoring those kinds of dips and changes. De Anza is holding, but again, some things to watch there for De Anza. The transition grades 6 to 7, 9 and 10 are clear, places that we need to continue monitoring and thinking about how we are intervening early in the school year. You've heard mentioned today about some of our great attendance systems that we've had, and our schools continue to work towards improving attendance because that is one of the #1 thing we can do as schools is when we increase attendance, we increase our achievement. We have some great wraparound services with ELOP, which was already mentioned. We have some, Karen, I think it's more elementary, that tutoring program on the East End that you started, not me. But we have we're building capacity in some of our wraparound services. And we continue to focus, especially through our LCAP goals, on supporting English learners, students with disabilities, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. You got it. Any other questions for DRF rates before I step away? Okay, thank you.
Just the last couple things here. Again, we have many metrics that we could talk about, but I just wanted to make sure we spent most of our time on those important progress monitoring metrics, and I'll just touch on two quick things here. We have Goal 3, engaging families. This was brought up at the board in the past about things that we do like the Parent Project, Disciplina Positiva. So we just wanted to highlight what we have right now in terms of the reports from sites. Of course, you all know we have our CDAC, ELAC, our school site councils, PAC, LCAP, but this chart shows some of the things you authorize or we spend money on through the LCAP that I wanted to report back to you about how many families are engaged at this point. Happy to answer any questions you have on this. I think one question is this a lot? Is this, we always want more. We're always trying to engage. I think that there are places where, for example, with PK, that we tried to combine sites to try to get more to come. Wasn't quite as successful as we thought. So we're just going to keep trying different things in order to engage families. But I think for those families that do come, they always report that it's meaningful. But it's not easy for parents always to engage in these kinds of things after school. So that, as you know, this is Goal 3. And then I just wanted to spend just a bit of time in closing to talk about our student engagement and campus climate. We have many metrics that support that goal. However, attendance is one of our key metrics that's on the dashboard as it relates to student engagement. So we are seeing an increase in attendance, and I just want to give a shout out to our student support services team and our principals and assistant principals and all the work that they do with SARB, our social workers that are diving into really difficult chronic absenteeism cases. These small percentage gains are really hard won. It's not a poster, not that posters are bad, or it's grinding in the weeds, in deep with families and with students, and it's very, very hard work. And I know it's really important for us financially, but I think a lot of the gains that we're seeing in some of our areas are related to our improved attendance. If students don't come, they don't learn. So just wanted to highlight how critical attendance is for us. So happy to answer any other questions, but that's where we're at on some parts of our LCAP, not all the parts, but thank you for your support and engagement.
And I'll just add real quickly as we transition to the budget. We always wonder and should be testing ourselves, like, are we making a difference, right? Is this working? And just a completely separate data point, and one that we should all take a lot of pride in, plus our staff as well. The improvements that we've made over this 3-year period are so notable from state and federal accountability standards that I've been asked to present to the State Board of Education during a study session about system improvement. So I just want to state that yes, we've highlighted some amazing areas of improvement, limited because of time, but on the global scale of how we've improved as a district, it's piqued the interest of the State Board enough to warrant an invitation to share about our success story.
Okay, before we get to the budget, we should probably do an extension of time. It is 10:17. Recommend about 11 o'clock would probably get us over the hump there. So if we got a motion to extend to 11.
Move to extend to 11.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you. So, as you know, as we mentioned throughout, the LCAP is a series of goals, metrics, actions, all tied to expenditures, and which is published on our website that we review each year. We'll bring the revision to you at the end of May for statutory approval by June 30th, but this is where we're at mid-year. So you can see our goals here, 1 through 4. Goal 5 is not included on here necessarily because Goal 5 is predominantly our equity multiplier funds for Pacific High School. When we wrote the LCAP a few years back, their graduation rates needed improvement, and that's where we called out a specific goal for them. So it's largely equity multiplier funds. So, but nonetheless, we have these planned expenditures in our LCAP in that the second column, in the first money column, they're totaling $37.5 million. Our current expenditures, about half that. So just as a measure of are we spending what we thought we were going to spend, we're about halfway through the year, a little more than halfway through the year, of course, and we're about halfway through our expenditures as planned, which leaves that balance of about $19 million. So we expect to spend all of the money that we planned on spending in the LCAP. So that's the good news. Son, anything else to add?
No, just this is a consolidation. Each goal has their separate actions, and the way we track it in reality is the annual update at the end of the fiscal year. When we bring up the new LCAP, we fill out what's called an annual update. To each goal is tracked separately with each action item, and it asks how much did we budget to spend and what were our actuals. And so, since like Dr. Bayless mentioned, there's no template for this. Currently, we just combined all of the expenses for each of the goals and all of the action items to give the board a high-level update. Like, look, we are on track to spend what we have budgeted to spend. And this does include not only, so the LCAP is a document that includes multiple sources of funding, right? So it's not just supplemental concentration. You have your LREBG, you have your Title I, you have your reading grants, you have state funding, federal funds, all included in here.
And just
so
to follow,
I have a question. So how do we? So you can easily budget for something and spend the money, right? You can say I have this money to spend, and you go and spend it. What are we doing to make sure that the amount of money we're spending is the bang we want for that money that we're spending, right? Because that's $37 million, is a lot of money. So especially right now with declining enrollment and the budget crisis that we're in, we really need to evaluate that. Is this money being spent correctly? Because you can always meet your budget spend. Like that's not a metric on how the money is being spent, or if it's being spent in the right section, or should this money be moved? Is it going to be a better bang of the month to be moved somewhere else? So how are we evaluating that?
So each goal, I would say so action 1.1 is the description is maintain and recruit additional instructional site-based teachers to address all academic achievement performance gaps. And so what we look at is...
Wait, so like go to that part right there is to increase decrease the performance gap.
Like address all academic achievement performance student group gaps.
What are we doing to evaluate that?
Yeah, if I could jump in. So one thing is, this is the overview, but now that we've completed the overview, we'll be sending the board what this looks like by service, so you can take a look at that. Part of what tonight did, and we probably could schedule a study session to get more into this, but what we showed and demonstrated is the things that are the priorities of the board are working. As you fine tune, how much more, juice can you squeeze from the apple that's been purchased with LCAP funds? That's where we go from here, right? Like I heard from Karen Hoost, that we have some work to do in math performance, right? We've known that for some time. That's an area of improvement. We've talked about what outcomes need to look like in middle school, talked about what DNF rates look like in high school. The metrics that we've presented tonight show that we are heading the right direction. If there were other metrics that the board, in addition to what are required to be, we have a set number of metrics that the state requires us to report on, but that isn't everything that we need to report on. So if there were things that, once we go through, finish this presentation and probably schedule a study session, if there are things that you want to know that you're wondering about, like, are we spending money correctly? Should we be spending it a particular way? Those are things that we would want to be able to respond to. But currently, devoid of getting into very, very granular pieces, what we're sharing is that overall, our improvement plan is working.
I just think, because we're evaluating everything, right? We're evaluating positions, we're evaluating where every dollar goes, but we haven't spent a lot of time evaluating these huge dollar amounts. Like, these are huge swings, and we're spending a lot of time on smaller chunks of money, but this is a big chunk of money, right? So to me, we need to start evaluating, is this money being spent correctly? And every dollar that we spend leads to something, but we need to make sure that that amount of money that we're spending is giving us what we think we should have for that amount of money. And that's what we haven't done since I've been here. Like, we haven't broken down to say, do we want to spend $5 million on this? Is it worth $5 million? If it's worth $5 million, tell me why it's worth $5 million. Because $5 million put somewhere else might make a bigger impact. So to me, going through the budget things that we're going through, this is a part that we need to focus on to make sure that that money is giving us what we think is giving us. It's very important.
I concur with Calvin 100%. Like, we were, throughout our discussions this evening, I can't tell you how many times it was referred back to, student support services will do that. Student support services will do that. The demographics, surveying staff and families, attendance, how important each percentage is. Each percentage equates to, I believe, $600,000 of revenue. So we keep talking about, student support services are going to help, but we've eliminated one of those positions that is incredibly vital. And yet we have this huge LCAP, and I've gone to school site council meetings and visited sites, and I hear things like, we can afford to do this now because, LCAP's going to pay for that, and LCAP's going to pay for that, and LCAP's going to pay for that. And I don't understand why, when a site gets a site budget, but something doesn't fit in their site budget, I feel like everything just goes through LCAP. And I'm trying to understand, kind of to Calvin's point, if we say, look, we're going to spend $20 million on goal 1, we can easily spend $20 million on goal 1. You have a project you want, you have a project you want, you have a project, we're going to spend that $20 million. But how do we know that all of this is being effective?
Yeah, I think going back to Phil's, we had a cancellation on our March 24th meeting, so we should all still have holds on that meeting. It sounds like one thing that we could do is schedule a special board meeting to go over the LCAP, which is, I don't want to restate what I've already said in terms of we have a lot more data that we can share that we're heading the right direction, but I don't think that's really the central question that the board is asking at all. I think the central question is going through how we're spending money. Even this data is a good example, because we really need to get into the particulars. Like right now we're using this term, or the number of $37 million. The LCAP, like the supplemental and concentration funds, and this is where wasn't the intention of today, right? Today is it's a mid-year report. But we need to break this down in terms of the supplemental and concentration portion of this 37 million is $22 million. The 37, the additional portion are title funds, LREBG, and other designated generally categorical funds. So some of these things the board has spent a lot of time on, and we've tiptoed around this over the last couple of years, which is from a philosophical perspective, as we have the opportunity in the upcoming year, is it the board's prerogative as a communication device and as a strategic plan to only account for supplemental and concentration funds in the LCAP, or should we continue to do what we're doing, which is to demonstrate to the community, in addition to all of the supplemental and concentration funds, we denote specifically and purposefully additional funds that the district is using intentionally to augment the need to demonstrate to the community, this need is so great, we're actually accounting for funds that we don't need to account for. And I think that's the conversation that we need to have, because I think that's really the only way as a board you're really going to feel like, okay, we've broken down all of these funds. We see the people that are being allocated. We can then align those allocations with all the metrics. And I think that feels like the right way to go. But if I'm not hearing you correctly, please let me know.
But can I just add?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean, since I'm being blunt today anyway. So what I mean is, let's say we eliminated a position that saved us $50,000 a year, right? We eliminated a body. I need to look at this to say, should I take $50,000 out of this $20 million to put back that position? And if I did that, what would be the result? Will we still get the same result? And now I took $50,000 out, and I have a position that I say, this is what this position did. Is it more beneficial to move the $50,000 from here to $50,000 to that position? Like, that's the conversations that we haven't went through. And at this point, that's the conversations that we need to start having, to say, where does that $50,000 serve me best?
Yeah, I agree. Greg, can you go back to the slide that has all of the elementary literacy pieces with the math portion at the very bottom? Okay, yeah, this slide. I think this is why that conversation is so important. The board is, Trustee Peterson, what I hear you saying is, we would desire to get to a point where we could say X position of $50,000 equals X outcome. And we can get close to that. We can say that this cluster, this combination, this alignment of efforts based on the previous expenditures, so all of this, what this all totals, and there are many positions, including base positions, that are included in that, because that's another complicating factor too, right? We're talking about if we add this one $50,000 position, that one $50,000 position generally does not operate independently. They are operating within a cluster of interconnected supports designed to achieve a particular outcome. That is a complex conversation that I agree we need to have. And in some cases, that will result in some clarification around certain roles, but will, in my opinion, that conversation plus the broader conversation is the holistic way that we are approaching district or board priorities. Is it having the degree of success that you feel like it needs to have? And if not, what would staff's recommendations be to change the clustered approach to be able to address those needs? Because rarely, on some occasions, it could be a one-to-one. You do this position, this thing happens. But in a system as large as ours, that's a very rare thing for that to happen, but it can happen.
I think the challenge, and I've shared this with you before, like for me, I know in aggregate how much we spend on these LCAP goals, but when we have a conversation I think Karen, you mentioned, or maybe it was Deidre, but somebody talked about like the intervention sections that we're offering at our some of our schools, specifically around some of these goals. What does it cost? How many are we providing? At which sites? Who are the students that we're serving? Like, that's the data I want, right? And then the second part of that is, okay, what's the impact? But if we don't understand what is the actual dollar amount we are investing in each of the initiatives, how do they overlay? And then what is the aggregate? Like, I get that you can't tease out the individual impacts of, okay, we're offering a section of, supportive reading environments at Ventura High School. Here's how that impacts our graduation rates, right? But right now, I don't even know how many of those things we're doing and what the price tag is, right? So I think there's a lot of ambiguity around these expenditures, and I agree. We're talking about $37 million. When I see, I think it was $12 million on campus security, and yet we're reducing campus supervisor positions. Like, if we have $12 million on student and staff safety, then, how is it that we're in a place where we're reducing campus safety positions, right? Like, so I want to understand that better. I'm not saying that isn't the goal, right? That's not the goal that staff has, but I don't feel like I understand how those decisions are getting made.
Yeah, and I would agree, and especially with tonight, the purpose of tonight is not designed to have that conversation. It's designed to say, of the plan that was previously approved, here's how much money currently is being spent on those things, and here are some clear pieces of evidence that show the direction that the plan is going. But that, again, that study session would be essential to be able to have that conversation.
Can I just add one perspective, Dr. Castle? Like you mentioned, LCAP, supplemental concentration, you get $22 million. We are showing all sources of funding that our LCAP document, we're augmenting and adding Title I, LREBG. This slide, if you look at it, we have $37 million of expenditures out in our total LCAP budget. $22 million of that is your supplemental concentration grant funding. The remaining $15 million majority is your one-time funds, LRBG, and your categorical program. So another perspective to look at this would be like, we are spending $37 million, a majority of it, say 10 million of that 37 million. So you have 22 out of supplemental concentration. That leaves you 15 million remaining. So 10 million of that is one-time funds, LRBG. What's going to happen to the services that are funded through those action items when you no longer have one-time money to spend, because you do not have enough in your supplemental concentration grant dollars to cover that amount, because you're already spending the full $22 million and an additional $15 million. And so if that one-time funds ends, once again, as LRBG, and we continue to get one-time funds replenished, but that's also funding each of these action items that have not only positions tied to it, but services, but we cannot absorb those back into the LCAP because it's just not enough funds available to do so.
But to me, that's all the more reason why we should understand how we're making those choices, right? And I feel like this is such a significant amount of money that we're investing in these 4 goals, and yet, I mean, I'll just speak for my 20%, as Calvin would say, like, I don't know how we're dividing those up or what the criteria are that we're using for determining what we're going to put those dollars towards, and I feel like we should know that.
Yeah, and we agree. And then at that study session, that conversation could happen. But for example, we are fortunate to still exceed a 55% unduplicated count, which allows us to write a district-wide LCAP. We can peel away portions of those that are like system-wide, where it would be, for example, pre-service days, right? We don't think about the fact that pre-service days are embedded in the LCAP, but that would be a portion to say, okay, here you go. We've got in excess of $2 million set aside to pay for pre-service days because we can. If we were to choose, if the board were to say, you know what, and obviously we would welcome this pattern of thinking, are those pre-service days the way that we want to spend that excess of $2 million? But then it allows in that study session the ability to think, okay, but then what are the ramifications from a contractual perspective, professional development perspective? Because tonight we've also spent a lot of time talking about professional development, right? So we could go through those layers and maybe start with like the biggest expenditures and then work our way down to the smaller ones, and then examine the impact and just kind of like check them off and say, okay, is this something that we still want to do, given the pros and cons of changing it? I do want to go back to what Dr. Mirza said. I also think it's an opportunity, and I've had this conversation with several of you over these years. Philosophically, practically, strategically, I would also like to get a sense from you. Do you still want us writing an LCAP that is designed to show a majority of the things that back up the board's priorities, or would you like us to shift, because we can, to writing an LCAP that only focuses on supplemental and concentration funds? It doesn't give the public the full understanding of just how complex it is to achieve the things that we should be very proud of that we've achieved, but it does create more, I don't want it, we use the word transparency for everything. I would say accessibility. It makes the LCAP just a little bit more accessible, to be able to say this is how we are focusing on those supplemental and concentration funds. So that's feedback that, as we engage in that conversation, that I would very much appreciate, because it allows the board and the public to have a better grasp and access to how that money is being spent, if you're not tracking all these additional dollars that we're not required to track.
Well, I think these are all important conversations, and when we get to that point in the agenda, where we can have put that on the agenda, future board items, I think we should have that study session. But we have about 20 minutes, so we should probably move on. If there's any other pressing questions. Hey, Dr. Bayless, you're all good? All right, thank you. So moving on to School Closures Advisory Committee.
We just have a quick update. Dr. Mirza?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate the dates that we have set. So me, Dr. Castro, the team have been working behind the scenes with School Services of California, continuing to gather data, working with our facilities team, working with our bond team. And obviously, you heard from Ken Reynolds today from Schoolworks. And so we're getting all the data together to be able to present. So meeting one, I just kind of want to reiterate the dates here. Meeting one would be March 19, 2026. Meeting two would be April 23rd, 2026. So meeting one would be more of an organizational meeting, kind of going over the Brown Act roles and kind of a high-level overview of here is all of our sites, here's basic enrollment, square footage, kind of looking at just a high-level overview, giving them a quick breakdown of like our unduplicated count per site. Meeting two would be more of a deeper dive with demographic and capacity analysis, kind of what you heard from Ken today, kind of going in a deeper dive. Meeting three would be focused on facilities, which takes place May 21st, 2026. And that would be looking at the classroom usage report, looking at historical spend, recent spend based on bond dollars as well. Then meeting four on June 18, 2026. That would be what I mentioned earlier with educational student support services, going site by site, looking at all of the programmatic offerings and the dashboard and just data results like Greg presented earlier today. Meeting five would be fiscal related, looking at our MYP, our cost per site, looking at not only staffing but operational cost per site. And then meeting six is analysis and prioritization. That would be on August 20, 2026. And we hope, if there's no additional meetings needed, to have a review the draft report on 9/17/2026 with the committee, and then shortly after, hopefully have the committee come present to the board.
And kicking that all off on March 5th, we have a district-wide school closures meeting for families. want to thank Marianne for helping put that together. In preparation for that and then past that, in terms of a community engagement process, I'm meeting with community councils and other groups. The most recent one, I was with Dr. Dannenberg at the East Ventura Community Council. I'm going to change the format a little bit. I had hoped that over the years talking about declining enrollment, the community actually had enough of a grasp of the demographic shifts. And after 2 presentations, Calvin was at the first one, it's really clear. I'm going to start with the demographics, and we'll use some of the demographics from tonight, but then also from the State of the Region report. In just the first 2 presentations, it is very clear our community does not understand the impact of these demographic shifts that have affected the county and the city. So looking forward to, and I appreciate the feedback from these first 2 community council visits to help us realize just how much education we need to do for the community at large.
All right. Does the board have any questions? Alrighty. Thank you so much, Dr. Mirza. Okay, moving on to consent calendar. Is there any items that we wish to poll at this time? If there is not, we could do a
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
A second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, board. Board reports. Kevin.
Board report, like Dr. Castro was saying that, we went to the Montalvo Community Council, and we do need to do a little more education about the demographics, because people just don't understand. And to make things go by faster, I'll do my comment too. I don't know how Jerry and Sabrina survived down here, but we need to get, I'm not sitting down here anymore. We need to get maintenance to fix this. It's unbearable for me. Like I shouldn't be shaking for 5 hours. So we have to get this fixed. I have some ideas, but we just need to get it fixed. Yeah, it's called a scoop. I know exactly what it's called. It scoops it in the air and not down. The other thing is we just need to, in my opinion, my 20%, we need to start focusing on more time of not putting big items like this at the end of our meeting where we have to vote to extend. We need to start spending more time on these big ticket items in the beginning of the meeting and not at the end of the meeting.
Jerry, do you have a report? Your vacation
Just the same
report?
about the East Side Community Council, but also I did attend the regional energy meeting for the county. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just share, Calvin and I participated in the interviews with the folks who submitted RFPs, and we'll be bringing some of that information back to the full board soon.
I had a meeting with the PTA council, and one of the representatives, Aaron, who is a rep at Pierpont, and then also on the council, had just gone to state council, and she gave an update on AI and also immigration enforcement. I was able to share our policies prior to the changes that we've made today. And there was a lot of interest in staying engaged in the school closures conversation. And I was able to share extensive information with them, the link to the March 5th meeting. So I think that's going to be a really valuable committee for us going both directions, for us to be able to disseminate information to our PTA families and our PTA leadership, and then also for them to be able to bring community concerns to us. I was at LCAP, which the main thing I wanted to touch on there, Tina Perez from Buena did a great presentation, and I saw that Naima did it tonight about the e-games. That was actually CIF, they actually have CIF for e-games. It blew all of our minds. So that was really interesting. But there was also, and I don't know if it was the two students who were from Foothill, I think they sat with Deirdre and Karen, but one of them just had something I wanted to share. We were talking about, she was saying how, everybody uses the term college bound, and she wants us to get in the habit of using the term future bound, because there's so many different opportunities for our students for their future, to be successful in their future. And that just really resonated with me. And then Saturday, I was able to attend a coffee and donuts with Steve Bennett, our Assemblyman Steve Bennett. And while he touched on fire safety and AI, which are obviously important to the district, one of the things he also talked about was just the ongoing budget deficit in the state. And he had a very interesting presentation talking about how the extra revenues that we're hoping that we see in the governor's proposed budgets, that is great, but we need to understand how it ties into the stock market, and that a lot of this is capital gains revenue, and we will get to the point where we're probably not having that anymore. And it was just a really interesting presentation. He's a former teacher, so his ability to take something very complicated and break it down was really great. It was very worthwhile morning. And then we have a college area community council tomorrow. So,
Dr. Castro and I attended the Ventura Economic Forecast event that was this morning. It was very enlightening. I have a copy of it. I'm going to ask our staff to make you guys a copy as well. Yeah, I figure I'll give that to you. And then I think on Wednesday of the first month, I'm going to have a forum with Councilmember Campos at the Westside Community Council, talking about school closures and whatever else. Okay, and moving on to coming events.
Well, in the interest of time, you have it up on your screen. We got what started a couple of years ago, the Special Education Parent Workshop, which continues to be in demand. AAPC Teacher of the Month this week coming up at Lemon Grove, DLAC, CDAC, CBOC. We had them a little bit earlier today. And then our PAC next Friday, and as we already talked about, School Closures Advisory Committee on the 19th. Appreciate everybody who contributes to those meetings.
All right, thank you. Future board items. We have LCAP that was discussed. That will be March, what was that you said?
24th, yes.
3/24.
I wanted to request a session to talk more in-depthly about some of our budgetary trends. I shared with Dr. Castro and Dr. Mirza some staffing, analysis is too strong a word, considerations that from our budget trends over the years. And I think it's something that we don't look at enough and kind of understand as a board. And so I have that updated information for you all, which you may have. And I have made the change, Dr. Mirza, because I calculated something wrong. And actually, Carol just left, but I was going to apologize because my information was wrong on the classified front. I have copies for you guys too if you want. But I do think, some of the trends as we look at our staffing over the last 6 years, I think as a board, we need to think about what is it that our vision is for what we look like as a district moving forward. What does right sizing truly mean for us? And how does that live out through our priorities? So I would like us to have a study session on that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if that has support. Yes, right.
Sure. Yep. You got consensus. Any others? Okay, moving on to Superintendent Board comments. Any comments from the board?
I gave mine.
You gave yours.
I'll just note very quickly that although the board
There's
agenda.
no more comments from Calvin. Don't even give him the microphone.
That although the board agenda structure, governance, mission, vision, values was changed from the 24th, it's been rescheduled for April 28th, and you should have that on your calendars.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there's no other comment, then we'll entertain no closed sessions needed. Adjournment. Motion
I
to
move
adjourn.
approval.
Second.
Sorry. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dandenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Hey, thank you all. Thank you, Vase. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for everything you do. Thank you. And thank you, staff. Appreciate you.